Dark sleep night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Anybody else's hands, this is a microphone. In my hands, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock. Anybody else's hands, this is a microphone. In my hands, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock. Anybody else's hands, this is a microphone. In my hands, hype rock, hype rock, hype rock.
Do not attempt to adjust that radio dial. Grapple, this podcast is now officially on the air. We will be with you for the next 60 minutes covering all the news within the wrestling universe and the IWC community. So please stay tuned.
You know the hot 60 minutes is. You know the hot 60 is in the bedroom. Hurry.
I'll buy a round for golden soul because he brought the world to me. Jack Briscoe had saw in old big dust on a black and white TV. To put an arm over a sleeper of my sister by the time that I was 3. I'll buy a round for golden soul. He brought the world to me. I'll buy a round. Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers, and all the mother Tigers, they would get down on the Saturday night. Down in the arena, them old clocks, they would clean them, and the action, it was out of sight. Dirty Dick Slater and Mean Ox Baker, they could tag team perfectly. Ricky Steamboat and Killer Carl Cox on a black and white TV. I'll buy a round for golden soul. He brought the world to me. I'll buy a round. A figure 4 or a crossover hold, it was gold, calling all the moves. Superstar Billy Graham, if you like it, you could hate him. He was out there getting all the moves. Dirty Dick Slater and Mean Ox Baker, they could tag team perfectly. Ricky Steamboat and Killer Carl Cox on a black and white TV. I'll buy a round for golden soul. He brought the world to me. I'll buy a round. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you better learn to love it. You better learn to live with it. It's the best thing going. Jack. Now we go to school. Jack Briscoe hacksaw in old big dust on a black and white TV. To put it on bar or a sleeper on my sister by the time that I was 3. I'll buy a round for golden soul. I'll buy a round. Michael B.S. Hayes in the Diabetes Freebirds. Mr. Wrestling, number 1 and 2. The Mongolian Stomper, the Missing Link. Mark Maniac Lewin. The Taskmaster Kevin Sullivan, back in PA. I'll buy a round with golden soul. He brought the world to me. I'll buy a round.
Hey, man.
Alrighty, we are now officially on the air. I want to give a shout out to all our listening fans. Thank you for dealing with us as we try to get to this point of offering you the podcast. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Beforehand, I am the professor of all podcasts, Trent, coming to you live via YouTube with my co-host Ismail. Ismail, say hello.
Hello, it's the enforcer, Ismael Santos.
Ismail, I gotta tell you first. Let's start this off right. You are the Chavo Guerrero Jr. to my Chris Jericho. You are my Mexican brother from another mother. As Chavo shared with Chris Jericho recently on one of his podcasts. So how are we doing tonight, brother?
Pretty good. Just I was able to find everything, got everything in order. It's going pretty well.
Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear. All right. Well, as you know, we got plenty to talk about. I didn't get the opportunity tonight to watch SmackDown. I'm gonna watch that here later and get caught up. I'm hearing Hogan's back. What do you think about that?
Actually, I'll say this: I'm not the biggest Hulk Hogan fan. I never really, I was always like a Randy Macho Man Savage type. But I think it makes logical sense for him to be at WrestleMania 30, since he was in the first one. He was pretty much the reason for it. So.
I gotta agree with you. And Vince loves those nice round numbers. 10, 20, and now 30. So you knew he was going to step it up a notch. And actually, and we're going to discuss this as well later on in the show, in regards to CM Punk potentially still playing a part in the granddaddy of them all, WrestleMania 30. But we'll get into that later. But where it is WrestleMania 30, they're going to step it up. This is going to be one of those pivotal moments, especially in the fact that it's WrestleMania 30, but also last year WWE has celebrated 50 years of being in existence under that banner. So it's going to be quite the spectacle, I would imagine.
Yeah, I remember, I think I watched WrestleMania 29, and while, a lot of it was good, it didn't really feel like a real WrestleMania to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
It felt really almost subdued to a weird point. Hopefully, undoubtedly they'll really ramp it up for this one.
Oh, I think they absolutely will. I have no doubt in my mind, especially with this, being the first pay-per-view to come out on the network, which we'll also discuss here in a little bit. But beforehand, let's go ahead and just deal with some maintenance issues. For our listeners, I debated even discussing this, but ultimately, we want to have a level of transparency with you all, so I think it's warranted in this respect. We're still trying to figure out this whole podcast deal. We have been trying for weeks, almost a month now, to find the perfect vehicle to take both the Facebook page. If you're not familiar with it, it's www.facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling. So in conjunction with the history of professional wrestling, there on Facebook, in conjunction with Grapple This, the podcast, along with Grapple This Productions, which will host further ventures as we progress forward in trying to bring the IWC under one massive umbrella, which will just benefit everybody and anyone who's a fan of the sport. So we're still trying to work this out. It's a slow grind, unfortunately. We're slow burning it, as unfortunately the WWE is doing with Daniel Bryan. But eventually we'll get there. We'll get that title belt, and when we do, we're going to run with it, because that's what we do. We want to give back to each and every one of you. We love the sport just as much as any of you, and because of which we feel that from our experience, our collective experiences and wealth of knowledge, that we give it back to you guys, and so we try to do that on a daily basis through all the mediums that we're trying to tackle at this point. So just bear with us, and eventually we'll get it together, God willing. Um, I just hate that with the podcasts, especially, podcasts have been around for what, five, if not longer years. How long do you think, Ismail?
Hmm. I want to say it really got popular, or it really took off maybe 2007 at least, like around
Yeah,
that point.
yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. So in that regard, you would think that the level of technology available for this kind of medium would be better than what it is, but it is just so finite in nature. And for those of you that don't know me, my background is in journalism, specifically print media, but also I used to be a radio host. So I'm well versed in how to run a show and run it on a professional level. And in I think at the end of the day, that's ultimately my desire, and where my frustration with the limited amount of technology that's out there right now stems from, is because I cannot give to you guys through this particular medium at this given moment in time that level of quality that ideally we would like for you to have. But like I said, we're working on it, and we'll get there. But also, since I've already plugged the Facebook page, I want to encourage you all. In fact, I'm right now working on another article that I'll be posting. But I want to encourage you all to check out the articles. They're very insightful, informative, offering perspective that perhaps you might not have considered or gotten elsewhere. Ironically enough, it was earlier today, as I was doing research for that article, that another individual within the IWC, he also co-hosts a wrestling-based podcast that I sometimes work with whenever they need me to. He hit me up on Facebook. He's like, "Hey, you're smart. Go to this page. They're asking, what kind of content is lacking and should they provide?" And so I went and I did a cursory look through, as I always do. And I mean, ultimately, what I found there is the same with, and I'm not trying to bash anyone, not at all. We love the IWC, and again, this is why we're doing this, and this is why we share your content, if and when it's original content or provides a perspective that isn't just thrown out there ad nauseum to the IWC world. So if it's original and everything, and we're not, giving you that vehicle on our page and to our particular fan base, bring it to our attention. But so this given page was lacking in a historical perspective. It was lacking in the origins of wrestling, from its humble beginnings in 1846 back in France. But it dates back further than that, and we're going to discuss that. And in fact, one of the bullet points we were going to do here in the podcast was I was going to give a history, just a brief history of wrestling. But I think that where we have so much else to talk about, I just think we're not going to have time for that. So I decided that I'm just going to allow that information to filter out through the article that I'm currently working on. And so I left them a note. I was like, hey, you need to throw more, historical stuff out there, not just dates and names, but put it into context. Give those anecdotes. Give, the fans those stories that they can talk about. One fascinating one I read recently, and I'll share this, and then we'll move forward with the show. And Ismail, if you got anything to contribute to this, by all means do. I read a recent article, which also shared on the Facebook page, History of Wrestling, or the History of Professional Wrestling, rather. It was about Haku being the baddest SOB
Oh, yeah.
in wrestling right now. And from the stories, and a lot of them, with every story, they get embellished, you know. But from so many people, from Bobby Heenan to Jim Cornette, even Eric Bischoff, who wanted to fire Haku from WCW, wouldn't do it because he was too scared of it. And as the rumors went, and Haku did attest to some of the stories being true. For example, one night he went into a bar with a couple other wrestlers, and at the time, this was back during the Hulkamania days, the early '80s, mid '80s, uh, and a couple unfortunate drunkards decided to step up to Haku and say, "Hey, you're with these wrestlers over here," which he wasn't with them because he was a heel, and as you know, heels and baby faces never associate. You know, either in the locker room or outside of the sphere of wrestling, they just don't associate. It wasn't a common practice then. And, I mean, it's more so now, but still, there is that level of separation. But Haku just, as the story went, just happened into one of the bars where there were some babyface wrestlers straddled up to the bar drinking away. And so he went and sat in the corner and was just drinking himself until these drunkards bothered him, asking whether or not he was with them. He was like, yeah, sure, I'm with them. And so one of the drunkards decided, for whatever reason, to say, well, wrestling's fake. And that's when Haku proceeded to bite his nose off. And Haku, in an interview later on, laughingly said, yes, that's true, that's true. But there's so many other anecdotal stories about the man, you know, one of which is where some guy started to run his mouth to him again. And why would you do that, first off? Why would you step up to a man, 6'2", what? What'd you say his weight was back then? 230 to 250?
Yeah, 250. I would guess around 250.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know the exact number, and it really doesn't matter. He's a big boy. He's a hoss, you know. And all, you know, by most rights, you know, typically your Samoan people are. It might be something in the coconut water. I don't know. But just the same, why would you step up to someone and mouth off to him? Because he's not in the ring, and so therefore he has no obligation not to just proceed to beat the dog mess out of you. So as this particular story went, the guy ran his mouth to him, so Haku stuck his hand in the dude's mouth and ripped out or shattered his bottom teeth. Literally with his grip, shattered his bottom teeth. And Haku said, yes, that story's true too. Yes, yes. You know, so I think ultimately, and for this particular segment of the show, the moral of the story is don't mouth off to a guy bigger than you like that, especially a Samoan. What the hell, man? What the hell? So do you have any anecdotal stories like that to share?
I remember, I think it was another Haku one. I think Bobby Heenan was the one who described it. For some reason, the cops were harassing Haku on some night.
Yes,
and
yes.
They put him in. Not only do they, I believe, pepper spray him in the mouth, and he inhales the pepper spray like it's nothing, like it's an inhaler almost. They put him in handcuffs, and he breaks away from the handcuffs, just looking straight dead into the police officers.
Yeah, and actually, funny enough, Jim Cornette backed that story up. He wasn't there at the time, but it spread around, and it actually it was after a show. I'm trying to remember it. I believe it was after a show. Haku was leaving the arena. Something happened, like there was a fight, and between wrestlers and some fans. Haku wasn't involved. Yeah, that's how it went. Haku wasn't involved, but because he was in the vicinity, the cops thought that he was, affiliated with the other wrestlers that were involved in the fight with a few fans. So they tried to arrest him. And as you shared, he shattered the handcuffs and took just the full depth and breadth of that pepper spray like it was nothing. So he's a bad man. I wouldn't want to mess with him. If I was in prison and he was on my tier, I'm staying the hell away from him. I'm offering him smokes just to, leave me be. So anyway, all right. Well, we got a lot to talk about. Like I said, we're not going to do the historical thing. I just don't want to go long on time. Plus, we're fans. We're testing out the YouTube to see if it's going to work for us in creating and establishing the podcast, which ultimately we want to do because Ismail, he's a good guy. Like I said, he's my Latino brother from another mother, and I greatly appreciate him being part of the staff. There's other guys that you know from the Facebook page, and you're going to hear more from, as we further progress, in other ventures. But for now, they're working on the website and working on the Facebook page and typically behind the scenes stuff. I'm more of a behind the scenes person myself, but I have the gift for gab, and I don't care to sit down over a couple beers and share some stories and hopefully be entertaining and educational through the process. So that's why I'm taking part in this part of the venture. But for me, my given wheelhouse would be the articles. And again, I would like to encourage each and every one of y'all to check them out because I actually take them to other pages. And it's not something I have to do. I do it to give back. In fact, funny enough, I had one of them, one of the administrators of one of the pages last night just had the temerity just to ask me, like, why do you keep posting this stuff on my page? Are you wanting a job? I'm like, no. I got too much on my plate as is, bro. I didn't say this, and I just let it go. But what I did say was, no, I provide original content through my articles. They're insightful and educational in nature, and it's my way of giving back to the pages that we share on our page, their content. So it's cyclical. It's reciprocated. So where we share stuff from theirs, we want to offer them something to share. And I take it to them directly. That way they don't have to come to the page, look for it, and then, go through the process of sharing it, which, it's a click of a button. But even still, the fact that I go out of my way to do that. And for this guy, and for whatever reason, whatever, I'm letting that go. But no, so I definitely want to encourage you guys to check out the articles. I think you'll find them enlightening. At least that's the intent. Okay, well, we're going to cover a lot. I'm just going through my bullet points, see what I'm just going to say for the articles and what we're going to discuss here tonight. Ismail, do you want to go ahead and start with the WWE, or do you want to do TNA first?
I think the WWE would be more analytical in a sense, and TNA would maybe be, for all intents and purposes lately, a little bit funnier to discuss.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Alrighty, we're going to start off. We're heading into the Elimination Chamber. What are your views on the matches?
Just seeing from the booking lately.
Yeah, initially, I think what I'm asking here is, what's your general impression from the matches that are, taking place? How do you feel that it's going to translate as a show? Whether it's going to be a great show, a mediocre show, or what your thoughts are on that, and then we'll get into the individual matches and talk about what we think about them.
For all intents and purposes, actually, I think it's like a better developed show and has the potential to be way better than the Royal Rumble was last month. Because like last month, really, besides the Rumble match and Cena and Orton 2, or how many times they've done it, like the Rumble pay-per-view last month was really underdeveloped. Everything was kind of thrown at the last minute. And with this pay-per-view, they have individual stories, some good, some bad, but at least they have like a match card ready to sell people on.
Now, speaking of, and let's go ahead and talk about this. Brock Lesnar was just reported as of yesterday that he will be taking part in the Elimination Chamber. I don't know, or well, the pay-per-view, not so much the match. I don't know who he's going to take on. I'm curious to know that. Have you heard anything about that?
Honestly, I haven't heard anything like match-wise about that. I'm guessing he'll be like interference or the monster that beats up Mark Henry maybe again.
Well, to that end, I mean, there's the talk that Hogan's going to be playing that kind of role where he's going to get physical. In fact, it's been suggested through various wrestling-based websites like PWI and among others that Hogan has been training. What's the name of the gym that the
Performance Center, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. I was having a brain fart there, fan. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's been training at the Performance Center with the specific goal in mind that he's going to do some kind of run-in kind of deal or draw some heat somehow, like get involved with someone backstage maybe. I don't know. So, how do you feel about that?
Honestly, with the last time I saw, at least with Hogan in action, was I think that match against Sting at one of the recent Bound for Glories, and he was looking like in really, at least at that point, he wasn't doing the leg drop. He kind of dressed in like a jean and some t-shirt and just kind of throwing haymakers. But I think with enough time for training from here until WrestleMania, I think he can pull it off.
It'll be interesting. I definitely believe that. And I think, as we've already shared previously, I think it's good that he's taken part. It just adds not only to Elimination Chamber, the pay-per-view, but, leading into WrestleMania. I think it's just going to build that drama that we haven't had in recent years. Yeah, I mean, with the addition of The Rock, and everything. And ultimately, I think with Batista, which is something else we need to discuss somewhat briefly, I think, because, there's only so much you can speculate on. But it's from my experience, and fans, I've been following wrestling and working wrestling from a journalistic perspective for 30 years now, since the territorial days. But the extent of my knowledge goes well beyond the territorial days, as you'll find out through the articles and other contributions I offered to the Facebook page. That's www.facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling. I'm plugging the hell out of the page. Hey, and it's good. It's good because I want these guys to have the access. I want them to be able to grow their knowledge. In fact, one of the things I shared with that page that I was like, you need to throw more historical content up. One of the things I suggested, and I think it's very much true, and correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes I do overstep. I'm not going to deny it. But it's because I'm passionate. I'm passionate about the sport. I love the sport. Grew up on the sport, just like everybody. And because of that love, that passion builds and builds, and you just want the best to come out of it, So if you can in any way facilitate that, you're going to. So, that was my intention. But the thing I shared was that the fans, in order to appreciate the global product that we have in existence now, you have to go back to the regional product. And before the regional product, you have to go even further back to where it was just, individuals within a given period of wrestling that really carried the whole sport on their shoulder. It wasn't, that you had what you have now with, a locker room of hungry guys, which leads into the title of this first episode, Stepping It Up, which we're going to talk about. John Cena's comment to Steve Austin on his podcast, how the young guys have to step it up, which I think that's just a work in and of itself. They're trying to build something, but we're going to discuss that here in a minute. But No, you have to understand the origins of the sport, more than just from a cursory perspective. Just, oh, you're kind of familiar with, these former wrestlers, or the fact that they used to do more shoot wrestling, even though if you were asked, to define what shoot wrestling was, you know, 8 out of 10 people, I would say, couldn't even do that. So they need that wealth of knowledge in order, and just that experience, and then something that we try to incorporate on the Facebook page. That's www.facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling. Like, for example, last night I posted a video, and Ishmael, if you haven't seen it yet, by all means, I encourage you to check it out. But one of the first matches ever recorded from the early 1900s, I shared that on Facebook last night. I was lucky enough to find it on YouTube, of all places. So YouTube, props to you. Thank you for that, because fans should have that experience just to watch it and just to let that process through your mind and be like, wow, that's where it was, and this is where we're at. Wow. Because you got to understand, and then, I'm going to give a little brief history here. It is only within a matter of 15 years that the sport, which has evolved from its very nature. I mean, wrestling is one of the oldest sports man has ever had. In fact, the word wrestling, if you look up the etymology of the word wrestling, in English, it's the oldest word. And it dates back 1,500 years. So, wrestling has evolved, obviously, and in large part in slow leaps and bounds. It's taken hundreds of years to get to the point that we're at now, but even still, that didn't happen. It only happened in a 15-year period from the 1980s until now, roughly a 15-year period, where it's transitioned from a regional product to a global product. And what do I mean by saying it's a global product? Well, simply put, the WWE, and like Vince McMahon or not, the man was a pioneer, and we're going to discuss that too after we, get back on point with the Elimination Chamber. But Vince McMahon was quite cavalier in taking risks that, under any other circumstances, especially from a business perspective, you don't do, because you had no backing that this was going to work. There was none at the time that WrestleMania was going to work, that it was going to sell. And the risks he took were just phenomenal. He not only put his house on the line, his company on the line for this one venture to pay off, and pay off big, because he had to have it pay off big. Otherwise, he was bankrupt. But he also put the reputation of his father, who was a wrestling promoter before him, on the line, as well as his grandfather, who back in the early 1900s was a renowned boxing promoter. He put that reputation on the line. So for Vince to do that, that's ballsy. And it paid off. Fortunately enough, it paid off. But that's not the only example that Vince has done. But through the culmination of all these, risks that he's taken over the years, he has grown the product. And to certain respects, or in certain respects rather, it's in certain respects, it's changed the product by happenstance. And why I say that is because I don't think that going into it you can know how it would ultimately change the product. You would have such incredible foresight to see that take place. And I don't think that anybody had it, given the climate at the time or with the people that were involved. Did they see that they could grow this into something else? Did they have, dreams and ideas that they wanted to facilitate into being, making this something bigger than what it already was? Sure. But to bring it to the level it's at now, where it's all encompassing, it's not just wrestling, but it lingers over into music, with the DVD or pardon me, CDs, your iTunes, all that, of all the theme songs. Some of these wrestlers have gone out, like Chris Jericho, and done their own, rock, shows and stuff. But it covers music, it covers movies, it covers print media, it covers the whole genre. I mean, it blankets out, and it covers so many aspects of life that unless you really think about it, you're just gonna say, oh, that's just wrestling. No, it's not. It's so much more than wrestling. It's grown beyond wrestling, and that's in large part due to Vince McMahon. So I have a great amount of respect for him, and because of which, and conversely, it has grown the product, because the wrestlers now are not the wrestlers from the 80s or even from the 90s. These guys had to grow themselves to be more than athletes. They were, actors, comedians. Mick Foley, of all people, who knew, would turn out to be a phenomenal writer. But prior to this, prior to Vince's influence, this was unheard of. You didn't, you had your smart guys in wrestling, throughout the years. Paul Ellery, I'm trying to think of some of the smarter guys.
Eddie Graham?
Yeah, Eddie, well, shoot, that was more because of his father. But, he just had good genes. But fair enough, either way. No, so you had, your smart people, but they didn't have that foresight. They didn't know. And there too, let me preface what I'm about to say by saying that wrestling, by its very nature, is limiting. It tells you, as an athlete, this is all you have. So you have to go out there and you have to bust your ass. You have to do those high spots and those aerobatic moves that can put your life on the line, or your legacy on the line, your career's on the line. And in some cases, it's happened. Where wrestlers unfortunately have gotten injured to the point where they've wound up paralyzed. Draws is the first one that comes to mind. And then that was an accident by D'Lo Brown. He hit a wet spot on the mat while carrying Draws and slipped and broke Draws' neck. What was it? C3, C4? And anyway, he was paralyzed, for the rest of his life. Very tragic. But because the nature of the business is so finite, and it's forced, and even today, especially back during the territorial days, it was more so. I think that's a very fair assessment to make. But going forward from there, it's still that way. And telling these wrestlers, this is all you have. You want to make money, you want to have a good life, this is the way you do it. And if you don't do it, well, good luck. There's a car wash down the road or a Denny's that you can go work at. So that kind of mentality is definitely enforced even still today. But not so much because of your breakouts like your John Cena's, your Steve Austin's, The Rock, who have used wrestling as a platform. Even Hulk Hogan, even though his movies, not so much. But whatever, no holds barred, baby, no holds barred.
Suburban Commando.
So, but no, they took wrestling and made it a launching board into so many other aspects. Like, again, let's go back to Mick Foley, renowned author. How many times was he on the New York bestseller list? And just killed it. And who knew Mick would turn out to be a great writer, especially with all the headshots he's taken over the years, But that being said, so this is a global product, and you need to understand, the shift that has taken place over the years in getting to this point. Do you think I've made a fair, just general analysis of it?
Yeah, pretty, for all intents and purposes, I respect, Vince McMahon as well. I don't like, some of the things that have happened since the first WrestleMania and all the territories and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But really, honestly, like I see old, for example, old NWA 1980s pay-per-views or events,
Mm-hmm.
and or even like say WrestleMania 14 from like 1998 or so, and it's just incredible how much things have changed. Like I would say the wrestling, at least the roster they have now, is really maybe one of the most talented in at least 10 years. Um,
Definitely so, and we're going to touch on it. We do need to get back to the Elimination Chamber, but um, in what you're saying, and this is something else I do want, and we'll talk about during the TNA segment, because I think it definitely needs to be addressed in that discussion, simply because TNA, what it's liking right now, is what it had in abundance during its humble beginnings of the NWA TNA, which is one of my favorite periods in since the second golden age of wrestling. Which, let me go ahead, just say this briefly, and then I swear, fans, we're going to get back to the Elimination Chamber. I'm sorry. You get us together, we talk, and we go on tangents, and I try not to. I try to stick straight with the bullet points, so to prevent me from this. But I try to incorporate and to share as much information that I've learned over the years and just studying the sport from both a journalistic perspective, a business perspective, as well as a fan perspective. So I wear many hats in doing this, and I try to incorporate that into every vehicle that we try to reach out to you guys and to get back to you all. But in talking about the global product as opposed to a regional product, and touch upon what you were saying, Ismail, I think you're right in the sense that, and we'll discuss this more in depth here in a bit, but we have transitioned. See, back during the NWA days, and what's fascinating about that, and which led into, bled into at the time, literally. I mean, there was far too much juicing going on back in the day. It was like watching a horror movie in a lot of respects. But what bled into, WWE, AWA, Georgia Championship Wrestling, Florida Championship Wrestling, all of them at that, within that period, WCCW as well, Stampede Wrestling up north. Props to my Canadian friends up that way. Is the fact that it was more shoot and base than high impact, and you need to make that delineation, because we have transitioned as a product, and this is my business hat I have on right now, because it's my contention that if you look at the product, and if you can just cultivate the product, polish it off, that everything else will fall in line behind it. If you have a great product, everything else will just be great, because of which it can't help not to. So that's my business acumen on that. But we have gone from a shoot-based sport to high impact, and you need to make that distinction, because, and what's the difference? Well, you go back to the 60s, 70s, early 80s, there were aspects and elements of high impact, like more high spots, more aerial acrobatics, to an extent, elements of it, I should say, but it wasn't the norm. The norm was more shoot in nature, submission based, mat wrestling based, a slower pace. But then we've transitioned, and it was only through the late 80s, through the 90s, because really it didn't hit its peak until about 92, 93, and where the guys coming in at that time, like your Chris Jericho's, your Rey Mysterios, your Chavos, Disco Inferno, Psychosis, some of the guys WCW who did also translate over to the WWE, for a minute, or if not longer. Some of them, have been there for years, and how they've done it is amazing to me, because a southern-based product to a northern-based product, it didn't gel at the time. Did not gel whatsoever. But again, going back to the adaptive nature of the sport, it had to grow and it had to evolve to give back to the fans what they were expecting. And that's why we have transitioned into a high-impact style of product. And for anything less than that, it's going to seem not so great in nature, that we have become so accustomed to it that to see someone go 60 minutes where they have those little rest spots where you tie someone up on the mat in a chokehold or a toe hold for a good 2-3 minutes so you can catch your breath, talk to them, see what you're going to do next. For that, it seems like a lull in the action, but in truth, it's more that in-ring psychology to build up what's going to happen. But as fans, the modern day fans, they can't appreciate that because they haven't had that depth of knowledge or experience leading up to this to understand, the nuances and the methodology behind which, that they're doing it. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like a few of my friends who are, they're WWE fans. They're not really into TNA or any of the old stuff, mind you. Say for example, I don't want to say attention span wise, but more, they don't appreciate like the subtle, way of moving the crowd along or the psychology. They just want moves like from the high top or hardcore, or, just stuff happening.
Right. So, we're going to end this so we can get back to the Elimination Chamber. But ultimately, I think, and actually, before we do, and fans, again, I'm sorry, I wanted to say this for later, but we're just having it out now. Oh, we do this. It's like, I need more cowbell, all right? I need more cowbell. I need to share this information with you guys. I do. I have to. I'm a teacher in nature, I think. So, and that's why I'm the professor of podcasts. Yeah, probably not, but it sounds good, I think. So, well, actually, Jim Ross is calling himself the pontificate of podcasts. So, which actually we give. Did you get a chance to listen to Jim Ross' first podcast, Ishmael?
Oh, honestly, I still need to get caught up with all the Steve Austin podcasts and the Chris Jericho one. I completely forgot about the Jim Ross one.
Well, it was good. I mean, Jim seemed to beat himself up over it, but see, Jim, I got a lot of respect for him. He always tries to excel. If he doesn't put out a good product, he's going to keep trying until he does. And you got to respect that, especially with Jim. I mean, the man, he loves this sport just like, all of us, but his is a love that's extended over the years. In fact, I would, there's announcers and then there's historians. And of all the announcers, I can only think of a handful that I would consider historians of the sport. Jim Cornette, Jim Ross, Gordon Soley, Bobby Heenan, in certain respects. Obviously, Gorilla Monsoon was definitely a historian of the sport. Mike Tenay as well. People that come in and, like specifically with Gordon Soley, he came in from doing just other sport-related vehicles, announcing those, like football games and whatnot. And then he got lucky, he started off, what was it? It was, I want to say it was Florida Championship Wrestling, but it could have been Georgia. He eventually matriculated down to Florida, and which got broadcast out through all of Florida and then other parts of the South. And then he was let go for one reason or another, and then was brought back by the NWA, and then was brought back by Ted Turner, of all people, crazy enough, because Ted had just a love for Gordon, and who didn't? I mean, Gordon was one of the consummate announcers, and because of which, you grew from it. In fact, I can't think of the guy's name, but he was a blind announcer for the NWA, and like I guess he did promos or whatnot. I'm not familiar with him. He was before my time, believe it or not. But anyways, he gave Gordon the compliment that for the first time in his life, he could see a match. And this was a blind announcer, and he said that because, the way Gordon announced that show. That's a huge compliment right there. I don't think you can get a higher praise than that. So, am I wrong?
Oh, no. I'm honestly, I remember reading about that just 2 days ago. Like, I was scrolling through, I think we shared, like a little Gordon Soley personal history or professional history on the Facebook page. And the name escapes me.
That's www.facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling. See, hey, you set me up, son. You put me in the high spot. I'm going to take that shot, So, I'm like Rey Mysterio. If you set me up like that, by God, I'll do it. I'll fly over the ropes at you, So, yeah, actually, I think Eric shared that. It was either Eric or Tom. But I didn't get a chance to read it. I'm just going off memory. I'm actually kind of curious what the article had to say, so I'll have to go back and read that. Okay, I was going to share some more, but then I got talking about Gordon, which is fine because we can come back to this, later on in the show. Let's go ahead and talk about the matches for the Elimination Chamber. What are your feelings about the Wyatts versus the Shield?
I think honestly, with the way they've built, not only the participants, but the way they've built the story for the match, just in like 3-4 weeks, I think it has the potential to be like the best match of the card. Honestly,
yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think that's going to be the show stealer. I think that's going to be the one that brings the house down. I truly do. Because up to that, I mean, there's other okay matches or potentially decent matches, but to have that opportunity just to outright steal the show, I don't see any other match other than the main event to do it, to be honest. And no offense to the other athletes, I just don't like some of the matchups. I don't like the build-up. I don't like the storylines. Specifically the Big E versus Jack Swagger Intercontinental match.
When did that come together? Honestly.
It was rushed. It's one of those rushed stories, and so be it. The WWE creative side, for whatever reason, felt that this is what they wanted to do, and all right, so you can't knock it. I mean, there's a group of them. It's not just one person say, "Hey, let's do this," and then everybody else says, "Yeah, why not?" No, they have meetings upon meetings upon meetings about this. Then they take it to Vince. Vince says, or yeah, sounds good. And, so he gives them the okay with it. So it's not just, something that somebody just randomly pulls out of their ass. It doesn't work like that. And if you're under that impression, you're wrong. It does not work like that. And if you've had any, experience with anybody that's been in the business, either on the creative side or on the physical side of the sport, you're going to know that that's not how it goes. They have meetings. They have creative meetings, hour-long meetings, if not multiple hour-long meetings, throughout the day and definitely throughout the week leading from show to show in order to do this. This is not something that they just whip together last minute unless they're forced into that, due to like an injury or someone walking out or, whatever. But even in those situations, I think it's fine, because wrestling, unfortunately, and we weren't going to talk about this, or at least it wasn't a bullet point on my sheet for today, but it is something we do need to address, and that's the organic nature of the sport. And specifically for me, like growing up, and I'm just going to share this briefly, and we're going to continue with the Elimination Chamber. I promise you, fans. I know you're like, damn it, Trent, not another tangent. I'm sorry, it happens. So, like growing up for me and going to the matches, which I was fortunate enough to do as a kid, I had family members. They weren't, wrestling fans, but they didn't crush my enjoyment or my passion for it, which is a beautiful thing. But for some people, their families would, or even their friends would, and be like, "That's silly. Why do you do that?" And I've seen it, and then I'm just like, "Really? Why you gotta crush someone like that? I mean, what do you gain out of it? Nothing. It's what they enjoy, and if you can find any kind of joy in life, by all means pursue it. And if it can turn into something more, then definitely pursue it. Why not? Because we're only here. We're transient in nature. We're very finite creatures in this life. We have a certain window of opportunity to experience the human condition and to celebrate it. So if you can find that joy, even if it's brief in nature, by all means go for it. So for me, growing up, I got to go to the matches, and one of the big things for me, and I shared this in a previous article that's on the page. See, I set you up for the high spot, and you didn't take it. Let's try that again. In one of the articles that I shared on the Facebook page,
which you can find at facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling.
Excellent. It took you a minute, but you nailed it. You get a good A for that one. It's the fact that one of the big things that always just elicited my imagination from a writing standpoint, which I have a strong background in, is that line, and it's kind of abstract in nature, that I would draw such vivid stories through my imagination over, was card subject to change. I loved that. It left it open ending, like so you saw the card and you're like, I don't know about this show, but then you saw at the bottom with the asterisk, card subject to change, and you're like, ooh, it might not be these two mid-carders going at each other. It could be like instead of it being like a Lanny Poffo versus Doink the Clown, it could wind up being Lanny Poffo in a 1-on-2 match with the Road Warriors. So your mind wanders, especially as a child, and you're like, oh, that would be awesome just to see him get just destroyed. So I love that aspect of it, and because of it, it made wrestling organic. And in truth, because back in especially back in the regional days, we're traveling from show to show, and dealing with weather, getting connecting flights, etc. There was always some kind of complication. It made the sport organic, more organic in nature. But even back then, it was more organic in nature in and of itself, as opposed to now where everything is scripted, weeks ahead of time, and it's storyboarded for months on end, and leading through like a 9 to 12 week process. This is a story that we want to tell over so many weeks, and barring injury or some other catastrophe, that's how it's been. And I don't necessarily like the scripted aspect of it. I like it more organic in nature because it frees you up creatively to grow your characters, or to even change your characters. And I think in some ways, and we're going to talk about this as well, I think ultimately this was the albatross that was hanging around CM Punk's neck, which led to him walking out. But we're going to talk about that later. We're already sidetracked. We're not going to get even more sidetracked. But just briefly, what are your thoughts on the organic nature versus the scripted nature of the sport?
I've been most say lately. I've really noticed how a lot of it is more scripted than like past years. So like, for example, I saw the Royal Rumble match last month via this computer of mine, and I was showing my friends, let's maybe something unexpected will happen. Maybe Jake Roberts will show up as like a participant, because I think that would be great continuity almost. But then the crowd is chanting all night for Daniel Bryan, even though he loses in the first match. and then when number 30 hits and Rey Mysterio comes out, it's like, that's when you know it's too scripted almost. Like I think that's the biggest problem with, or at least scripted wrestling, or at least heavily scripted with a lot of writers. It doesn't really cater to the fans almost. It doesn't really listen to them. It doesn't really offer, the fans, their voice. It kind of says, "Oh, we hear you, but we already this is our game plan, so we're gonna, just tunnel on ahead."
Yeah, yeah. And speaking of the Rumble, and this is something I wanted to touch upon, Jim Ross and Steve Austin on Jim Ross' inaugural podcast touched upon this as well, and I think it was such a missed opportunity, which the WWE over the past year has had multiple big action-packed moment misses, and one of which I can't remember. I believe it was on Raw leading. Yeah, it was on Raw leading into the pay-per-view. I can't remember which one it was, but it was Brock Lesnar was storming the ring, and it was during the feud between CM Punk and Paul Heyman, and then Brock Lesnar got tied in. What was it, SummerSlam?
SummerSlam.
All right, so it was the Monday Night Raw leading into it, where Lesnar stormed the ring, beat the dog piss out of Punk, and Punk's laying up against the apron on the outside, on the floor outside, and a missed opportunity, a big time miss, happened in that moment. He could have gone down instead of just beating him up like he did. Punk was where he was laid up against the side of the ring. If Lesnar would have ran down the ramp and just smashed into him, either a spear or just even a shoulder tackle, something, back into the ring, it could have been one of those oh shit moments, where the fans like, oh shit, and it was a missed opportunity, and I felt that then as I did with the Rumble, and where the WWE was trying to rebrand Wade Barrett's character into this Bad News Barrett character, and Jim Ross and Steve Austin shared on this as well. This isn't just a thought I had, but others as well. But instead of Rey Mysterio being that 30th entry, it should have been Bad News Barrett. Saying, I got bad news for you, fans. Instead of Daniel Bryan, it's me. Not only would it draw so much heat on Barrett and just give him that accidental push, not that the WWE was trying to push him that hard, but it would have drawn that just immediate heat, like, you son of a bitch, I want to kill you. And that would have been great for Barrett. But on top of which, it could have just helped the WWE do that just ultimate swerve to both the IWC and to wrestling fans in general, in saying, yeah, we hear you, your chants, they're cute, but we're slow burning him because we love this reaction and we want more of it, because you don't realize it, but you're building the psychology, you're building the push for him leading into a long-term run with the title, which Bryant does have the skill set to do. He's over like the son of a bitch, and he's gonna get it, and we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit. But I think that was a real missed opportunity. They should have had Wade Barrett as the 30th entry. But enough with that. Let's get back to Elimination Chamber. All right. One of the matches, where we already talked about how the Wyatts and the Shield, that potentially, and actually we're not even done discussing that. Let me ask you, how do you feel about the Wyatts storming the ring, getting up on the apron, and then backing off? Do you think that that's worked, or do you think that it's overdone, or it's just missing altogether? How do you feel about that from a fan standpoint, and from you, where you have a background in movie critiques? Do you see this device that's being implemented, which from a historical standpoint, let me, before we turn over to you for your thoughts on this, Ishmael, from a historical standpoint, this is shades of the AWA, WCCW, back during the faction days, where, long before the NWO, who ruined factions, but, well, they did. I mean,
Yeah.
we can discuss that another time. But it's an homage to the AWA, or WCCW with Devastation Incorporate. Props to the Undertaker back in the those days. DDP as well. Missing Link. Agma, what was his name? Skandor Akbar, all of them, man. That was some good wrestling back in the day. But they would storm the ring and they would just stand out there and just act as a menacing presence, and the psychology affected you inside the ring without it becoming physical. Do you think that device translated over, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think with the Wyatt family, especially with them, being the ones with Bray Wyatt being the, I wouldn't say tactical in this sense, but more psychological, just, egging on the Shield, daring them almost. It works perfectly. If they had done it like 2-3 more times, it would have definitely gotten, very tiresome. But that image, I remember, I think I was watching that moment live, and just the camera just looking up at Roman Reigns and the Shield just staring, daggers at the Wyatt family with the crowd just buzzing. I think it was perfect.
I tend to agree. I absolutely do. There are some people, because like I said, I work with other podcasts and other pages or websites throughout the IWC, and so I'm always entertaining the thoughts and opinions of others, and in some ways incorporating it, as I am now, into some of the ventures I take part in. But for some of them, they were like, it's not working. It's just not working. It's overdone. It's blasé in nature, and I can't agree or disagree more with them, because it sets up not only the psychology leading into that big match, just to give it that extra that layer of nuance to it, but on top of which, this is something, and if you go back to like the corporate ministry or the ministry, this was that perfect television moment. You want those moments, where you get, you frame it just the right way and you build into it just the right way, and it translates beautifully. I think that it could have been refined a little bit, perhaps, but ultimately, no, I liked it, and I liked that they were doing it to build that spookier, that darker, foreboding kind of element to this ultimate just beatdown, 6-man beatdown, which you really haven't felt, specifically in the WWE, since the early days of Survivor Series. And on that, let's go ahead and jump back to more of the Elimination Chamber. One of the matches that I think might be good, or potentially can be, is the Batista versus Del Rio match. How are you feeling about that one?
In ring wise, it could work. Like, Del Rio is, a pretty good worker, like wrestling wise, but I have a feeling like the crowd reaction, because Batista has been kept, more in the background almost, like backstage segments and all that, and Del Rio has really just stalled as like a bad guy. Crowd reaction wise, it's either going to be apathy or those kinds of crowds that chant. What do they chant? Like when Randy Orton and Sheamus had their match on Raw back in, I want to say, last year in April.
Okay.
And the crowd just took over chanting for Jerry Lawler and Michael Cole and all these guys.
Yes.
It might become that situation, but.
Well, in that same vein, I don't think it could be as bad as what's taken place on TNA Impact Wrestling, where they had two guys wrestling, or even tag teams wrestling, and the fans start chanting, "We want the Divas." Now that's when you really know that you're hurting, creatively, because these wrestlers, they have to build off of the creative side. They're not allowed the creative nature anymore, and I think in large part that's much to the detriment of the given organization, be it TNA, WWE, uh, family oriented wrestling, or any of them. But it's not only detrimental in nature to the organization, it's detrimental to the product, the overall product, as it translates out to the fans. Because there is a distinction between lucha libre, between the Japanese style, between British style wrestling, and conversely American style wrestling. And if that's the product that you're putting out there, where you're forcing it to be more creative, team oriented, rather than individually or organic in nature, you are going to impact the product that's being done elsewhere, because ultimately we all just build a collage together collectively. It might be subtle in nature or it might be dramatic in nature, but we each pick and choose and take from each other. So when the product of one is popping, the others, going back to what we were talking about earlier, where one, in discussing the product, where one, given entity's product is popping, the others benefit because of it, because they like, ooh, this is working right now there. Why don't we try it here and see, how it translates to our audience? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I think in that respect, it works to the detriment of the sport on a whole. But with this match, I don't know. I think that Del Rio, yeah, you're right. He stalled creatively, and Batista, this was not the reaction the WWE wanted nor expected. They were expecting more along the lines of what the fans generated for The Rock coming back. But I think that's what ultimately happened here. They've gone to the same well too many times, and it's not translating. And because of which they pulled Batista back from their initial plans of putting him out there and building up into WrestleMania, as they did with The Rock previously, Rock versus Cena type matches. So they pull back, and they're scurrying, I would imagine, at this point, to try to figure out a way of making Batista's return, even on a limited basis, pop bigger than what it didn't do. Obviously didn't do at the Rumble, which, that was just crazy in and of itself, to see the fans turn so almost immediately on him. Because the lead into it, there was a lot of positives that were coming out of the IWC about Batista's return. A lot of people were hyped over it. And then, as it translated out, they're like, oh, hell no. and you felt it. It was palpable in nature, was it not?
It was surreal to watch almost.
Yeah, very much so.
Jeez.
So, but just the same, I think that if they play this right, either they can do a switch from Del Rio being a heel to a babyface and push Batista as a heel, just in taking from the visceral hate. Because, and really, there is nobody in the WWE right now that has more visceral hate than Batista. Now, of course, you would immediately say, no, Trent, that's not true. John Cena. No, I will argue this point to my dying breath. Not right now. It's not true. Because if you notice, fans are kind of magnanimous at this point. They've accepted the fact that certain parts of the IWC loathe John Cena with a passion, loathe him. But then on the flip side of that, those that loathe him are respectful of the fans that love him. And you see that translated out in the chants. What is it? We hate Cena, let's go Cena. We hate Cena, let's go Cena. So they're kind of ambivalent at this point. They're over their hate. Or at least just this overwhelming rage hate of Cena. So I would argue that Batista has far more visceral hate right now, leading into the Elimination Chamber, which then translates into the granddaddy of them all, WrestleMania. So I think that if they do this right, and this is just pure speculation, if they do this right, they can make Batista the biggest heel in the WWE right now, and this could pop for them huge in WrestleMania. It could absolutely pop for them. So I think I'm looking at it more from that perspective, from a creative perspective, if they do it right. And then there's a lot of intangibles in this because ultimately you're playing off of the crowd. And whereas, the running theme that we have going on in this, particular podcast and equally in our back and forth conversation is the organic side of wrestling. If so, in playing off of the crowd, that's all. You can't script it. You cannot. I mean, you can gauge the reaction and you can kind of predict the reaction, but at the end of the day, you don't know how they're going to react. And for a business that is based wholly off of how your target audience is going to react to a given storyline, character, personality, etc. This is some dangerous territory. But so there's some variables that they need to work out, and I think that Elimination Chamber is going to be their chance just to test the waters in certain respects. And if they do it right, I think leading into WrestleMania, this could just turn out to be a beautiful thing. So I'm kind of looking forward to that match, more from a creative side than from a wrestling side. But I think both Batista and Del Rio are talented wrestlers. And I think that if they try to, they can give one hell of a match. Do I think that that's going to be the match that just steals it? No, not completely. But I think that it has the potential to be a solid match, from bell to bell. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it makes sense. But actually, like with Batista's latest performances, at least, because as you said a little while earlier, the initial buzz for Batista coming back, I was excited for him. Coming back to Raw, and because I loved him when actually around his last run before he left, when he was facing John Cena and he was the egomaniac with the spotlight on him and everything.
Right.
That was fantastic. He did a great job, and he was so good that the crowd started loving him.
Right.
And then I remember seeing the debut. What was it? The return night, and even from that very beginning, not just crowd reaction wise, like storyline wise, they kind of handicapped Batista to some degree. It's very odd the way they did, because even though he's supposed to be the good guy in this situation, he comes out shaking the supposed villains, Triple H and Stephanie, and then he's just power bombing Del Rio. So I think another reason why the crowd is kind of very much going against him is, like, storyline and character wise, he's not really given anything. He's just kind of said, "Oh, here's Batista, cheer for him," but you don't really know what to make of him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys. No, I have to agree with you there. And therein, I think that's where the WWE didn't know how to deal with the initial crowd reaction that it just, sent them backpedaling by most rights. And so they don't know creatively how to move forward. So again, and then I think that that's actually an opportunity in disguise for them, going into this pay-per-view, because this is going to give them that chance to test the water before they commit to something by WrestleMania. So again, I'm kind of looking forward to that side of it. All right, we're going to get your thoughts on this, and then I'll add mine on the next match. What are you thinking about this Darren Young versus Titus O'Neil deal?
Like the initial setup of breaking up the primetime players, which I thought was a fantastic tag team for this day and age, even though they never got the chance with the belts really. Titus O'Neil surprised me honestly, because I always looked at Darren Young as like the breakout the breakout star, the guy with a ready-made look with charisma. And Titus O'Neil, I always thought he was serviceable, but he's really surprised me. So it might be too soon to make this match though. They only broke up as a tag team barely a month ago, and now they're already fighting. So.
Well, I mean, ultimately, they do that every time, and again, going back to the same old chestnut as it is, WWE doesn't like tag teams, does not like them. Once they get over, they're stopped. The momentum is just killed by this feud, and I think sometimes the wrestlers are led into believing that this is the creative avenue that they are meant to go down, and in a larger sense of it, I think that it's been overused over the years, and it needs to be toned back because it only works when other elements have been considered. And I don't think specifically with this one, and I'm looking at it from a creative aspect at this point, I don't see that they built the other elements necessary in order to make this sustainable more than a rush job into a pay-per-view to where you just have this big, beat down, and then it's over and they go their separate ways. There too, I think, unfortunately, as a byproduct of it, the tag team aspect of wrestling continues to suffer because you haven't had a legitimate tag team, one that's equal parts, where both individuals within the team are strong on the mic, in the ring, outside the ring, in years. The last good one, I'm trying to rack my brain right now, of the last one. And I'm drawing a blank. I mean, I don't want to take away from the Rhodes. Not at all. I love the Rhodes family. It doesn't translate as that phenomenal team. And New Age Outlaws, who they're taking on at Elimination Chamber, transitioning into that match, they're past their prime, and they know it. The quality of the matches aren't that great. I mean, granted, their previous title shot, or title match rather, was pretty good. I actually enjoyed it, from a product standpoint, and it surprised me in certain ways. But just it doesn't have that pay-per-view tag team championship prestige that this side of wrestling used to carry. So, since we've already transitioned into it, actually, no, I'm wrong. I apologize. No, the Cody Rhodes and Goldust are taking on Ryback and Axel. It's New Age Outlaws taking on the Usos. That's right. Which again, my point's still valid. I don't like the New Age Outlaws versus the Usos for the championship. It just doesn't carry. It doesn't translate for me as a fan or from a business side of it. It doesn't generate that drawability that you want from a tag team title match. What do you think?
Yeah, I remember, the New Age Outlaws. They had a good match with the Rhodes brothers at Royal Rumble where they won the titles, even though it was on the pre-show for some reason, the title change. But I'm looking at this match and I'm kind of like, I love the Usos. They're a very good team, but this seems not even like a championship match. This seems like a filler match to some degree.
It is. It absolutely is. And see, that's why ultimately, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It just doesn't carry that weight. Because if you go back and look at the Rockers versus the Hart Foundation, the Quebecers versus Demolition, or even the Road Warriors, something like that. Hell, I'll even throw the Headbangers in. Because it had a certain appeal to it that it just doesn't translate in New Age Outlaws versus the Usos. And I'm not trying to take away from the Usos. I like them. I love their family, and I definitely don't want to get on the run. Going back to Haku earlier, we're talking about the Samoan. You don't piss off a Samoan, and they're all related. From Rocky to Umaga, rest in peace. The Usos, they're all related. In fact, Yokozuna was related to them. So that family, and just from a historical side, for you fans, if you didn't know, if you wanted to know the largest family wrestling-based family, it would be the Samoans, which include Haku, Fatu, Rikishi, the Uzos, Yokozuna, Roman Reigns, The Rock, his father, Maivia, all of them. They're all family. That is the biggest wrestling family that the sport has known. So there's some trivia for you right there if you didn't know that already. But going back to the subject at hand, it just it's nothing taken away from the Usos, and definitely not taken away from the New Age Outlaws. In the depth of their career, because they used to have such overwhelming drawability. Even back in NWA TNA, I loved B.G. James and his father, Bullet Bob, and just doing their thing, and then the New Age Outlaws got together with I'm having a brain fart. I can't even think. Three Leg Crew was their tag team name.
Oh yeah.
I can't think of his name. R-Truth, Ron the True Killings. I love what they were doing back in NWA TNA. They were still somewhat past their prime at that point as well, but they still had a level of drawability. At this point, it just seems hackney in nature. It's just like, oh, we're bringing some old-time veterans back, and then we're going to slap the title on them, and then we're going to just throw them out there for a couple pay-per-views just to try and lend credibility back to a tag team division that's just suffering at this point, because the WWE never utilizes or cultivates the opportunities that can born itself out of a strong tag team division, which has ultimately been a flaw of theirs going back to the 80s. I don't like this match. I really do not like this match. Maybe they'll impress me. Who knows? I mean, there's a potential, and there's both the talent and the wealth of knowledge. Either from the Usos, from what they've garnered over the years from their family members, watching it, growing up with it, living it. Because I would assume that in their household, it was the same as it was in like Chavo Guerrero, Eddie Guerrero's household, where during the holidays, after they had their holiday meal, they'd have a wrestling event among family members, just as a way of entertainment. So I would assume that the Usos probably have it the same that same kind of mentality where it's inbred or in you to pursue this sport, to hone your craft, and to learn the business of it. So I mean, I'm not trying to take away from them, not at all. I just don't like the lead in to this. It's not something that just from a fan perspective, it's making me go, ooh, I have to see that match. And I don't feel that way with that one. Now, for the kickoff shows, you were talking about the Rumble. Yet again, the Rhodes are getting shafted. The kickoff match is Cody Rhodes and Goldust versus Ryback and Curtis Axel. This one, I hate that it's a kickoff match. I think it has more drawability to it and more potential to it than the tag team championship. What are your thoughts on that one?
I'm honestly surprised by how well Curtis Axel and Ryback have like blended together into like a real cohesive team. Like because you look at the two, they kind of interacted like months ago, but you never thought of them really being able to, be a tag team and to really have some decent matches. I'm honestly surprised that these two teams are on the kickoff show while, the New Age Outlaws are doing their thing. And there might be a Divas match squeezed in at the last minute, but
yeah, I tend to agree with you on that one. I think this match actually should be up there. If I was the booker, which I would love one day to somehow wind up being a booker for even a regional-based indie promotion, I'd be okay with that. Because of my creative background, my journalism background, and everything I've done over the years, I think that ultimately for me, individually, I think creative-wise, that would be a great step. That would be a great slot for me to jump into. So if I was the booker, to put the booker hat on, not Booker T, just a booker, sucker! But if I was to do that, I honestly, prior to the Elimination Chamber match, I think the match right before it, just to absolutely bring the house down, just to still it all, would be, and really I wouldn't do that either. I wouldn't have that as a match prior to. I think Big E, Jack Swagger right before the main event, and then prior to that match, the match that has the potential to steal it all would be the six-man, Wyatt family versus the Shield. And prior to that, you can't do a tag team into a six-man tag team. It just doesn't translate well. So, yeah, you do have to have your little filler Batista, Alberto Del Rio, cleanse the palate sort of match. So prior to that one, I would have the Rhodes versus Ryback and Curtis Axel, because that right there is your pace setter. If that match comes off and comes off well, the matches that follow have to, follow suit. They can't, rest on their laurels. They can't phone it in. They have to say, "Oh shit, really, guys, really," and just up the ante. So I think that's your pace setter, and for it to be the kickoff match, you rob it of that opportunity. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
There's I've noticed with a lot of these pay-per-views and the kickoff match and all that. I think another big thing that I think not just WWE but TNA really need to get better on is like time management.
In what degree?
Like for example, they have right now 6 matches listed on the card, but who knows, time-wise and how many video packages and all that stuff, or the WWE network commercials that they've been prone to airing now.
Right.
Because now, like I feel, at least with maybe the undercard's not given enough time to really, set up the pace of the show. Because I've noticed this from the last few months, like 4 matches will just. I was at a Hell in a Cell the October pay-per-view, and that took place in Miami. And the opening match was I think the three tag team match, which really stole the show. But then everything else was really zoomed by until the main event. So really,
Yeah, you have to set it up. You have to be able to pace it out. And back in the day, the bookers were far better at it. And see, there too, I don't like these stop-start matches. You know, you have your 5-minute match, or even in some cases less than that, and then you'll have a medium type match, like a 7-minute match, 10-minute match, if that. I do love the fact that the WWE, especially on like Raw and SmackDown, are getting back to longer matches, because it gives not only the wrestlers that push, that camera time push, but it also forces them to come out of complacency, which some of them have been in for quite a while. The argument can be made, why aren't these wrestlers, as marketable as some of their predecessors? And the reason is they've been forced into, due to, I would argue, the transition into being more scripted in nature, and therefore they've been robbed of their craft, to work the in-ring psychology, to build the match, to interact with the fans, to get them emotionally and psychologically engaged into those matches. So whereas they've been robbed of that, it doesn't translate out for them. And conversely, from a business side, it doesn't translate out in drawability, because these people aren't connected emotionally or psychologically to a given wrestler, either their love of or hate for that wrestler, because they don't have that much exposure. Because you're seeing these little 5-minute matches that is not enough time in order to cultivate that relationship, because it is a relationship between an artist and their audience. You have to give them that opportunity to explore it and to develop it, not only on a personal level through your honing your craft, but in just getting out there and working the different aspects, the psychological aspects of it, of just building up the heat. Like Hogan, whereas there was so much hate for John Cena and the 8 moves of doom, 5 moves of doom, whatever it is, which is just nonsense, because every wrestler has them. And to say that it's just John Cena is disingenuous at best. Ric Flair cultivated that into an art form, the 5 moves of doom. Because Rick had, granted, he was quite versatile, and you can't go back and watch any of, he did some moves the same in all the matches, but it worked because it was part of the psychology, and you got to understand that. Once you know something, you have something that works and works consistently, of course you're going back to it. You're going to go back to that because it makes sense to do so. So, but for example, like your Hogans, your Flairs, even John Cena, to a certain respect, are able to build that in-ring psychology. And these other wrestlers aren't afforded such a luxury, and because of which their matches aren't that great. And it's not necessarily them, as it's more an issue of creative, and if it's the WWE or if it's TNA or whomever it is, it would fall on them in forcing these bad matches to take place. Because if you don't allow time for the in-ring psychology to take hold of your audience, it's not going to be a great match. I don't care how many acrobatic moves you do, how many high spots you hit, or how many chair shots you give. It's not going to work. And we've seen it time and time again. And you would think that from a creative standpoint that you would make a shift away from this. But as something else we're going to talk about here in a little bit, in discussing Raw and SmackDown both not being on the WWE network, my contention is, why would they give up the money that they're getting from the networks to show them exclusively on the WWE network? Why walk away from NBC Universal like that when you're making serious bank? In fact, the bulk of your money on an annual basis is coming from that. But anyways, let's move on. All right, we already covered the Wyatts versus the Shield, Big E versus, or I don't know. Did we really go in depth on the Big E versus? No, I don't think we did. What are your thoughts on Big E versus Jack Swagger?
I would say Jack Swagger is like an underrated, wrestler. He has good matches all the time, but with the rush build of this, I think I'm reading right now that February 13th, SmackDown edition, Jack Swagger defeated Henry, Rey Mysterio, and Kofi Kingston to get this match.
Right.
And that was barely close to 10 days ago. And
right.
And Big E hasn't really been ever besides maybe a match or two that really showcased what he could do. They haven't been treating him like a champion, honestly.
Well, unfortunately, the IC belt hasn't carried weight in probably as many years, if not longer, than the tag team belts, to be honest. They should, I hate to say it because they're over the years in the WWE, there have been some phenomenal Intercontinental champions. The Ultimate Warrior, Honky Tonk Man, Rick Rude, just to name a couple. I'm trying to think of some that just I would want to associate with the IC belt in that context, and I'm just drawing a blank right now. After the show, I'll probably come up with like at least five more, and I'll probably do an article about it. In fact, I will do an article about it. So fans, stay tuned for that. I will be doing an in-depth article on the nature of the titles in the WWE and when they were at the height of what it meant to be a champion, and when they were at a low point. And I think right now, ultimately, the IC belt is definitely at a low point. Big E has not been. A lot of the Nexus guys were not afforded creatively or just in general, I think, the opportunity just to come out and they weren't marketed, they weren't packaged well, and because of which it translated into bad marketing, which translated into who's this guy, and then they finally get recognized, which it does take time to get your brand out there. Obviously, with anything, it does take time and exposure. But even still, there are certain nuances to the business that have been underused over the years, like doing video packets, which, actually, ironically enough, the WWE is starting to come back to in trying to grant a greater level of exposure to incoming wrestlers. I think that was a device that was best used back in the NWA, AWA, WCCW, and early WWE days. And it's good to see that they're transitioning back to that because it worked. When it worked, it popped. It gave that initial pop that you want for an incoming wrestler without putting so much pressure on either them or on yourself, just to get that constant in-your-face exposure, drawing the heat or drawing the love for them. Because in doing like the video packets or backstage setups for which a little bit off topic, but I think still just the same relevant. I love that WWE is going to the backstage interview more so now than what they have been. They're finally going back to that. I think that was it's been underused in recent years. And I love that they're going back to that. I especially loved it back when they did it and did it well during the pay-per-views instead of trying to do these little promo deals, or even video clips. I think that it just takes away. Ultimately, less is more, yes, but only in the confines that it's packaged the right way. You get that message out there perfectly, and I don't feel that they have. And I think that too plays into the fact that, specifically with the Big E or with some of the other Nexus members, that they weren't given the opportunity to at exposure or for exposure and to be packaged the right way, which was going to translate into a better, bigger career for them. Does any of that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like for example, if for one of the Nexus guys, that's never really he's been given a few shots, but they've never really allowed him much like promotion wise or building him up. I guess Wade Barrett,
Yeah.
especially now with Bad News Barrett, which they're mainly using for cheap heat, but it's what's it going to lead to? I remember when was it, like 2 weeks before the Rumble or a week before the Rumble, Jerry Lawler got up from the announce desk and tore down the podium or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And what's that going to lead to?
Right, and I honestly, again, I think just like with the Batista situation, I think that they just don't know how to package Barrett at this point. They wanted to take him the Bad News route, which, when I first saw it, my initial reaction was, now this is interesting. This could be old school heel Steven Regal kind of, turn, and if it was done right, it would translate into some type of title run and a shot at the title, and then once he had the title, a decent amount of time spent as champion. Again, we're going to talk about CM Punk here in a little bit, but I think that because of other wrestlers kind of were getting more of a creative push than they should. I think Barrett got shoved out of the limelight and actually back into the locker room to such an extent that this has just been hit or miss. And I think you put it quite well in saying that it's cheap heat. And that's what it is. It's absolutely cheap heat. It's not translating into something. Creative needs to step up and do something with this or just scrap it all together. Because if you're just looking for a filler, there's far more devices that could be better utilized to cultivate the storylines that you already have or to transition from one segment to the next segment better than what this is doing. I just don't see it as being beneficial or even growing the product in such a way or in such a direction that you want it to go. All right. Well, with that, so we covered the Wyatts versus Shield, Big E, Jack Swagger. Honestly, I don't know. I do agree that Jack Swagger is underrated. He is a very skillful mat wrestler. I like him. Actually, I like how him and Cesaro got together with Dirty Dutch. Oh, Dirty Dutch. Oh, I miss the days of Dirty Dutch wrestling. If you think he's good on the mic now, you should have seen him back in the NWA days. God, old Dirty Dutch Mantel, baby. Yes, son. I love I love the Real Americans because I love to hate the Real Americans because they do embody, regardless of political affiliation, there's just this arrogance associated, rightly or wrongly, to libertarians, and they just embody that arrogance. Not so much Cesaro, which we're going to touch upon here in a little bit, because that tag team's going to end soon enough as Cesaro gets his push, and it's well deserved. His match with Orton and then with Cena, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But I'd like to see Jack Swagger go it alone, but I want him to stay with old Dirty Dutch because I think Dirty Dutch offers him so much creatively because Swagger just doesn't have that charisma. He has the in-ring ability. He just doesn't have that charisma. Just like what Paul Heyman does for Brock Lesnar, my client, Brock Lesnar. Okay, Paul, you just wow, really? Brock Lesnar. I'm like, wow. So I like Dirty Dutch with I want Dirty Dutch to stay with Swagger when the Real Americans break up. I think that would serve him well creatively. Brock Lesnar. All right, I gotta quit that. That's just annoying. All right, so Big E, Jack Swagger. I don't know. It has potential. I want to see Big E move outside the big man wheelhouse. He's got to be more agile. Because he does have agility. There's no way you can be a modern day wrestler without being agile in nature, because you are being forced into doing the high spots, implementing more acrobatic based moves. You can't just be a big man to be a big man, in spite of McMahon's personal proclivities for these bodybuilders who can kind of wrestle over smaller guys who can really wrestle. No. Big E's got to be more agile in nature, and he needs to step it up. He needs to hit what's the name of the where Hogan's been working out? I keep forgetting the name of it.
The Performance Center.
Yeah. Big E needs to hit the Performance Center on his days off. In fact, I think they need to put him on the back burner a little bit. Give him an opportunity to hone his skill, become more versatile in ring, and from which, when he comes back, they repackage him, and I think he could pop. And when he does pop, having done that, all that I suggest, I think that he could be a serious contender for the World Championship, because at this point, the Intercontinental Belt, I rarely call it the Intercontinental Belt anymore, because it doesn't carry the same credibility or the weight that it once did when it was known as the Intercontinental Belt. Now it's the IC belt, because it's a nothing belt. It serves no purpose whatsoever, creatively or individually. You might as well just chuck it in the garbage. So I think that if they brought him, if they gave him the chance just to further hone his craft and then come back and get rebranded, I think that he would have the opportunity to make a serious run for the championship. And I think it would be, it would be entertaining to watch, and I think it would really give him the opportunities to be a long-term stay in the WWE rather than just a hiccup that I'm afraid he's going to become. And it's tragic, because I want to see him do good. I really do. But let's move on. All right, so I think we covered all, but as of right now, I'm still not seeing what kind of match Brock Lesnar is going to have. And I can't even imagine who he would take on at this point. Big Show, maybe? I don't know. Whomever. So, outside of that, the only one we have left to discuss would be the Elimination Chamber match, which doesn't feature Brock Lesnar. So, but it does feature Randy Orton, John Cena, Daniel Bryan, Sheamus, old Mr. Mayonnaise himself, Christian. Oh, I feel for you. Man, I hate for Christian the way the WWE has done him. TNA as well. He's been such a great athlete over the years. He's not, even though he was called Mr. Charisma, he lacks that charisma that the Edge had. Edge was brilliant in a lot of ways, and actually he got lucky with the whole Lita scandal. Him sleeping with Lita behind Matt Hardy's back, which translated over from real life into the wrestling universe, and Matt ultimately got fired because he couldn't separate himself from it. Which how? I mean, how in the hell? You steal my woman, you sleep with her, and then you want me to build a long standing feud with you because of which, but keep it professional in nature when you've just killed my world, dog. You know, you stole my woman, and a fine looking woman at that, you know. But, so I could never understand how, you know, Matt Hardy could be fired for being unprofessional about that when it was an unfortunate storyline that, yeah, it did translate into ratings and drawability, sure, but at what cost? You know, I never did like that storyline. I mean, there's a lot of storylines I didn't like for a variety of reasons, but in this light, I think, you know, that one specifically, it just, I don't know. I just put myself in that kind of situation. How would I react? Could I be professional if someone came and stole my woman from me? You know, and then want to play off of aspects of it, which are, you know, I still have emotional scars from, in order to draw heat and to draw ratings. Nah, screw you. I'm gonna beat the dog piss out of you. So I don't know. But anyway, I think Edge, you know, hugely benefited off of that, which led him into his championship run. Christian, it hasn't worked out so well for him, and I hate that, especially now where he's just being thrown in. He's that, why not kind of guy. It's like, we have the spot open in the Elimination Chamber. What do you think about Christian? Why not? You know, and I hate that for him because, you know, he has more potential than that in talent as well, and I don't like how the WWE is doing him right now with that. But the last entry into the Elimination Chamber is Antonio Cesaro, which, wow, he's finally getting his pop. And when he came out of Ring of Honor and moved into the WWE, I was scared for him. I was legitimately scared for him because I was afraid that they were going to destroy him like they've destroyed others by bad repackaging. And they almost did. They almost did. But because the man is so talented and it's a natural talent, you know, there's certain wrestlers, they can work their way to, you know, the point of being great. But whereas with others, it's just innate in nature. It's just there. And I think that's a fair assessment to make of Antonio Cesaro. And I loved it. I loved his match with Randy Orton and with John Cena. Actually, I think, you know, there are very few people that can help John Cena get up. And what I mean by get up is just get up to the moment and perform on the level that just, you know, as it did in that match, had fans going, this is awesome. When you hear that chant from a WWE fan or from, you know, the fans there in the stadiums, they don't use it that much. You know, not like they used to in ECW, NWA, TNA, or even in ROH. And there's a reason for it. They're more jaded. They want, you know, they reserve that chant for something big. And they were chanting it during that Cena-Cesaro match, and it was justified. What did you get to see the Orton or the Cena matches?
I saw the closing minutes of the Cena Cesaro match, but I think I saw in like the total Orton Cesaro match.
Okay. What? Hold on. Did you say you got to see the Orton one or no?
Yeah, I saw the Orton one.
Okay. What were your thoughts on them?
Honestly, I'm surprised. Well, I wouldn't say surprised, but I'm just happy that, you know, he's getting this push and fantastic matches all around. Because I remember when he first came into to SmackDown or something, Cesaro, they gave him like a yodeling gimmick or something like that.
Yes, I almost forgot about that.
It's like, what is this? And that
Yeah. That's Vince's creative, you know. It's like, okay, so you're coming to me. Well, actually, it reminds me of Draws. When Draws first came to the WWE, Vince, had that interview with him. It's like, okay, you got good build, you got a good look going on, but what can you do? And then Droz just looked at him and was like, well, I can puke on command. And Vince was like, you can puke on command? He's like, yeah, watch. And then, Droz proceeds to puke in his potential future boss's garbage can. And Vince is right there, and Vince is kind of funny in nature because he's like, this is kind of cool. And you gotta respect a guy that could just, separate himself from, the business capacity and just be one of the guys, be like, yeah, I kind of want to see you puke on command, So it reminds me of my old fraternity days. And then what did they call Droz? Wasn't it puke when he first
Yeah,
hit?
like he was like the third member of the Legion of Doom or the Road Warriors.
Right, right.
That was randomness.
Yeah,
God.
so when Cesaro came in, that's exactly what it reminded me of, and I was just like, no, because I watched him in ROH, and or also on the indie scene, and actually I saw him. Where was it? It was Columbus, Cincinnati area. I got to see him a couple times when he was on the indie circuit. I can't remember which city exactly, but and some of those matches, man. I mean, the kid can go. I mean, straight out. If you want to do a high impact, up tempo pace match, he can do it. If you want to slow it down and be more shoot in nature, he could do it. And so, I mean, he's well versed in just different styles and techniques that does translate over to TV. I don't care what anyone says. Um, he can go. He's a goer. He's a worker. He's a goer, and I'd hire him any day of the week. So I'm really glad to see that. And the next talking point we're going to get to after we discuss the Elimination Chamber, because they do tie in, is the open nature of the business now. And actually, I call it the CM Punk factor. With CM Punk leaving, it opens the door for so many others creatively. And in conjunction with that, you need to get caught up with your blog, with your podcast on Steve Austin's show. What, Monday? Yeah, I believe it was Monday. He talked with John Cena, who I think was doing the work and saying, "Steppin, the guys in the back, these young guys, need to step it up." Now, ultimately, I just think that that's a work. He's wanting to get them up to just trying to draw some heat or to build something to happen in the future between the old guard and the newcomers. I mean, that makes sense to me. But also, I think it's also a little bit of truth, in that work right there, in saying, if you want to be where I'm at, and if you think that I'm, overexposed and overrated, this, that, and the other, step it up. Take my spot. I'm not going to give it to you. You got to take it. You got your opportunity right here, right now. Step it up. And I think that it's translating because the mood of the WWE is changing. And I love it. I love it from a creative standpoint because we have been forced, especially through the PG era, which, I'm going to do an article about the WWE. I'll do a come lately or come late to the table kind of 50th anniversary, just detailing some of the pivotal moments in the WWE, going back to the legal fights with steroids, which ultimately, impacted not only WWE but the whole wrestling community as well. But beyond that, it made Linda McMahon lose her run for political office because of Lance Cade's unfortunate and untimely death. When it happened, she was running for office, and that just drew back on the scandal that was surrounding the WWE 10 years prior. So I'll do an article about the steroids, and then going into the Monday Night Wars, and then going from that into the Attitude Era, then now into the PG era. So I'll do an article, an in-depth article, probably first next week on that, and hopefully you fans will enjoy that. So be looking for it. But anyways, let's go ahead and because we will talk about Cesaro and the open-ended nature of the business now, as opposed to the cookie cutter. The fans being forced into these cookie cutter type of wrestlers and the predictable matches. Like I could just see the card for a given Raw or for a SmackDown or even for a pay-per-view, and I'd be like, yeah, he's going to win, he's going to lose, they're going to win, they're going to lose, and I would be 99% accurate because there's been no real diversity to the WWE in years. And then in certain respects, that's due to a lack of talent or a lack of developed talent, I should say. But even with that, you can still do certain things. If nothing else, you can pull a Dusty. And for those of you that don't know the wrestling lingo, Dusty Rhodes, when he was a booker, would always schedule matches. Like for the guys that you can't have lose because you got an upcoming big event, or a title match, and you needed them to look, unbeatable, but you didn't want to necessarily have them win. You made it a count out or a disqualification or a no contest. It was called pulling a Dusty because Dusty Rhodes did that so freaking much. It's like, really, Dusty? Come on now. Come on now. But, whatever. So, but no, the WWE has changed, and it's going to change, and I'm looking forward to it because as a fan of the sport since I was a wee little pup to now where I'm not so little, I want to see it continue to evolve, and it will, and it can't help not to. The nature of the sport won't allow it to stay stagnant in nature. It has to be ever growing, ever changing in order to keep up with the demands of the fans. But so everything is wide open at this point. But all right, so the Elimination Chamber match: Randy Orton, John Cena, Daniel Bryan, Sheamus, Mr. Mayonnaise, Sheamus. Can the boy get any wider? I think he glows in the dark at this point. What do you think about that?
I remember, honestly, I think he's gone wider since since Money in the Bank when he injured, I believe, was it his shoulder? I think he's gone way more paler than I remember.
I'll have to YouTube some stuff from then and now and see. And fans, feel free to do that as well, and post your comments on. I'll throw something up there, some kind of article about the widest man in wrestling, and you can throw your thoughts up. Like, damn, that boy does glow in the dark, It's crazy how wide he is. It's kind of frightening. All right, so yeah, Randy Orton, John Cena, Daniel Bryan, Sheamus, Christian, and Antonio Cesaro. What are your thoughts and feelings on this?
Honestly, as just a match, it has the potential to almost be the match of the night if it wasn't for the six man. But the booking of it, at least with respect to Christian and Randy Orton. Christian, they turned him heel or they into a bad guy like a Raw. Actually, this week's Raw when he faced Daniel Bryan.
Right.
Though, actually I think it could help him out because as a good guy, there's too many good guys like Daniel Bryan and John Cena, and I think there's more space for Christian to really thrive as the one more match kind of weasel.
I see. I'm kind of indifferent not so. I mean, I'm indifferent to it because I think the WWE is misusing Christian, as I've already discussed. But on top of that, I'm just like, he can't grow from this point. they have already done with him what they're willing to do creatively and constructively. So at this point, it's just a downhill slide, which it has been for months. They'll give him what they gave him, that little win streak that translated into nothing. And then, or if he lost, he didn't lose, have a hard loss. It was count out, DQ, whatever, pulling a Dusty. And I was just like, okay, where's this going? And it went nowhere, but went nowhere fast. And so that just impressed upon me. They're not trying. They're not trying to do anything with him. And like I said, Christian feels that very definitive and specific, what about this guy kind of role. And I hate that for him. I truly do. The body of his work over the years doesn't warrant what they're doing to him now. But it is what it is. Before we do need to discuss the Elimination Chamber, but how do you feel about Randy Orton losing over the past few weeks? Do you think it's helped going into the Elimination Chamber, or do you think it hurts going into the Elimination Chamber?
I think it's like with this booking along with the previous months, I think it's really like devalued him as like the so-called face of the WWE. They're trying to position him as. Like I remember he lost to, what was it, Kofi? At least like a month ago. That really didn't lead to anywhere. That was just a win for Kofi, and Randy Orton was made to look weak some more. He looked weak in the feud against Big Show. Daniel Bryan beat him up at every turn for like 3-4 pay-per-views in a row, and Randy Orton won like a fluke champion.
Right.
And to see him, he lost to Cesaro. The only person he beat in the series of matches was, of course, Christian. Of course, that'd be the only person he would beat at this point. Which actually I think shows, how they don't value Christian that much in this match. Actually I think Christian did not win a single one of these, gauntlet-style round-robin matches.
If memory serves me correctly, I don't believe he did.
Wow. Yes. But now, Randy Orton, like, beating Randy Orton doesn't mean as much as it might have, meant before.
Right, because leading into a pay-per-view where the title's on the line, the last thing you want to do is make your champion look like a paper champion. And Randy Orton, by all rights, at this point, looks like a paper champion. And I don't understand. They got to take the title off of him, because if he winds up winning, it makes him look. Not only does it make him look weird in nature, and what I mean by weird is he's not strong, but he's not weak, and there's, how could he go on such a losing streak if there wasn't some mitigating factor, something leading into it, like a death in the family, alcoholism, something to keep him distracted. And they're not going that way creatively. So what would be the mitigating factor that has, had him on a losing streak? And whereas they haven't planted the seeds for this, it's a missed opportunity at best. Because if they try to come back to it after the fact, that's just going to make it worse, more so, I think. So I don't know. I just don't see it as being beneficial. So if he winds up winning, which I don't foresee him doing, it's going to devalue not only him, but the title, which they're unified now. The last thing you want to freaking do at this point is to devalue the unified title. That would be the worst thing that they could do creatively and collectively, because that's going to affect the entire WWE, especially going into the advent of the network and in other future products. Because like for example, just to give you fans some perspective on this, Stone Cold Steve Austin in one of his recent podcasts was talking about how he was wanting to retire prior to his walking out, but at that point, the WWE was going public and was about to go public as a company, and Vince, Stone Cold went to Vince. I think his contract was nearly up, and so he came to Vince and was talking about it, and he just told Vince candidly, "Hey, I'm thinking about retiring. I'm good. I'm good." And then Vince like, "You can't. You gotta give me 2 more years. We're about to go public. That would kill our stock. You gotta give me 2 more years." And Steve, at the time, being the loyal minion that he was, said, "Okay, I'll give you 2 more years." And he gave him not obviously 2 more years, but close enough. And I think that's the same kind of situation we're in right now with the launch of the WWE Network. So you can't devalue, not only your champion, but the unified champion in going into this big business venture. In fact, I'm trying to remember, what was it? They tried to work some kind of angle where it goes back because around the same period was when Donald Trump came, and they tried to work the angle that Donald Trump was buying the WWE. And I think at this point, the WWE had just gone public as a company. Yeah, it had. It just went public as a company, and for whatever reason, these stockholders could not separate fiction from fact, so they started selling their stock because they, thought that Trump was going to buy up the company and just, liquefy it, sell it off for pieces, and so they had to quickly end that, and that's when what was it? Vince challenged Donald. I can't remember who wrestled for him, but it was the hair for hair.
Oh yeah,
the hair for the company match.
Wasn't it like, I know one of them had to be Umaga at least, right?
Yeah, I believe that's. It doesn't matter, but the greater point that I'm trying to make here, and that's just more of an anecdote. That stockholders at the time were just ridiculous. That they took a storyline and took it to be true in nature, and really. That's my Miz impression of really. Who knows? Actually, that might be an okay match. The Miz versus Brock Lesnar. Because I'm still trying to think of who Brock's going to take on at the Elimination Chamber.
I know. Damn, that'd be
kind of interesting, I think.
Actually, with the Miz and Brock Lesnar, they already have like a little history, like in the past year. You could tie that in, have an instant match.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, just the fact that the stockholders bought into a storyline as being believable, that just makes my stream of consciousness then would be, did they think that Vince McMahon actually got blown up in his limousine? I mean, if you buy into one, you would think that they would buy into the other as well. And that's just ridiculous to me. I just, really? So, but whatever. All right, so who do you have for the Elimination Chamber? Who do you think's going to pull it off?
I think ideally would be Daniel Bryan. I think, like, as the potential main, babyface, hero going into WrestleMania, I think he has, like, the most crowd momentum. Definitely, the crowd reactions. But to some degree, if the WWE is really set on having this Evolution member versus Evolution member main event championship match in Randy Orton versus Batista for WrestleMania. Maybe Randy takes it too.
I think that's definitely been something that creative was considering, but I think a lot of factors have changed from the Rumble up to now and conversely into WrestleMania. I don't know. I think that's still on the table, at least from a creative standpoint. I can see that because I also know that whereas CM Punk backed out, walked out, which we're going to discuss. I think I finally am of the mind that they will turn it around. If CM Punk's willing to do it, and if he was legitimate in the fact that saying that his biggest contention was the lack of creative and the lack of push for him, if that's real in nature, I think that Vince can turn around and work that out because Triple H has already, washed his hands of the situation. He's removed himself from the equation. So it's now on Vince to work it out with Punk. I think Vince will do that ultimately because, again, going back to what we were discussing earlier, Vince loves those big round numbers, and there's no bigger number than 30. So for Vince, I think he could swallow his pride and forgive Punk of what he's done. Because, hell, Vince did it with Steve Austin. When Steve Austin walked, it wasn't just one or even two times. It was multiple occasions that he didn't show up to events. He was pissed, flat out pissed, and rightfully so in certain degrees. And about the rumor that Austin was walked out because he was scared that because I'm working on an article. I did post one article, but I'm also doing a follow-up article dealing specifically with the rumor because I didn't want to incorporate the rumor into the one article that I did post about the history of Austin walking out until I could substantiate it. And I have, loosely substantiated some of where it came from and the validity of it. And there is no truth to it. But specifically what the rumor was that it got back to Austin that Brock Lesnar was told to hurt him, to break his leg, to somehow injure him. And that's why Steve Austin refused to pull the work in allowing Brock Lesnar the win. Because, as you remember, at the time, Brock Lesnar was new to the WWE. But this wasn't the case, okay? Austin was looking forward to the match with Brock. In fact, Steve, as recently as, a month ago in one of his podcasts, was even talking about that, whereby he was saying he was looking forward to taking on Brock, that him and Brock backstage were decent friends, and he thought Brock was a stand-up guy. In fact, that's a direct quote. I think Steve Austin said, quote unquote, I think Brock's a stand-up guy. So, there was no animosity or fear or anything like that I have been able to find to this point on, February 22nd, 2014, to substantiate that rumor. I think that was an IWC creation. I think it was just somebody trying to put a work on the IWC or just try to gain some notoriety for themselves or, possibly one of their individual creations, be it a Facebook page, website, just generate buzz surrounding them. But as far as I've been able to, there's no real proof to that rumor. So if anybody knows of any proof or can lead me down a rabbit hole, as it would be, to finding such proof, by all means, hit me up on the Facebook page or otherwise email me. My email's there on the page as well. What page is that, Ishmael?
It is facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling.
Thank you, sir. That's awesome. All right, so I don't know about the elimination. I mean, really, I'm of two minds. I think, you pretty much have to creatively put Orton in there because of, where this is leading, to WrestleMania, which is going to be that inaugural pay-per-view on the new network. So, and you wanted to start this off on the right foot, unless you're going to do a complete swerve, which isn't so much outside the ballpark at this point. I think the WWE could go that route, and there's some fascinating ways they could do it, which I will cover. Well, no, I can't cover it. It's I might do a quick article on it tomorrow. Well, I'll see how it works out time-wise. But otherwise, if I don't get it to the page tomorrow morning, early afternoon, there won't be an article, because by that point, we're going to be right there at Elimination Chamber, and that match will be about to take place. And I just don't want to just throw it out there last minute like that. But no, I do think that there is the potential for a big swerve, like a, believe it or not, a Cesaro swerve, or even a Sheamus swerve, just to bring, to give a further push to Cesaro. But I think they're going to slow burn him, because they still need to resolve the Real Americans and turn Antonio babyface. So they need to work that element out. Sheamus would be on the same level as a Batista, a forced veteran back into the main event scene. And if you think the fans are pissed off now, just wait if you went with that kind of complete swerve. The likelihood of Bryan doing it, no. And here's why. And I was trying to get to this, but I got a little sidetracked with the Austin Lesnar thing. The likelihood of Bryan winning it is slim to none, because where CM Punk, they were creatively trying to work it to where Punk was to take on Triple H at WrestleMania 30 after facing Kane. But now they're trying to push Bryan into that role. So I just, because I know that and it makes sense creatively, I don't see, and they're still slow burning him. And we're going to talk about that as well. But I think, because I think they're getting to the point where they got pissed or get off the pot, because they're going. The Daniel Bryan equation is something completely new to the WWE. It's completely out of left field, and it's not something that was within their wheelhouse to consider. And so they're scrambling over it. How do they best maximize what pop is going on now and translate it into a long-term run for him? Because ultimately he would need a long-term run, because he would have that sustained energy and pop from the fans. Those that love him, and those that don't, they still love the theatrics and the passion and the silliness that goes behind all the people in the stands doing the yes chant. Go ahead, Ishmael, do it.
The yes chant?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Are you pointing your fingers up to the heavens?
Yep.
All right. See, that's the silliness I'm talking about. That's something that's new to them, because this wasn't something that they manufactured. This was the IWC and wrestling fans in general manufactured it themselves. And Daniel Bryan has reaped the benefits of which. It's becoming a little hackney. Like this past Monday night, he kind of played it up a little bit too much, and that's going to turn fans against him. If he keeps going down that road, you can only do that so many times before it becomes hackney, and then you become a John Cena, and being overexposed and just playing to the fans like that, and it becomes disingenuous in nature. So I think that the WWE is in a weird spot, and I'm curious. Another reason why I'll be watching Elimination Chamber is for this very fact. If they do not give him his push now, I think they're going to miss that window, because I think that window is very finite in nature. So if they don't put the championship on him going into WrestleMania against Batista, I think they're going to miss that opportunity. And I hate to see that, because it's going to have repercussions. It is going to piss fans off more than what John Cena ever could. Just in being overexposed and overused, and just playing up this further mentality, this cookie cutter mentality and predictable matches that the WWE has been synonymous with over the past 5 years, easily 5 years. So but there too, I don't think that they're going to give it to Daniel because of what role that they're going to have him play at WrestleMania. Will they take that off the table? Possibly. I doubt it, though. John Cena will not win it. If he does, it would be a huge, huge mistake, and I cannot emphasize that enough. John Cena needs to take more of a backstage role at this point. He needs to, the rule of thumb, less is more. He needs to be used less so that when he is used, it translates into far more than him being out in the limelight every week, week in, week out, pay-per-view after pay-per-view after pay-per-view. So I don't know who they're going to give it to. My logical guess would be Randy Orton, but could it be Cesaro? It's possible. Could it be Daniel Bryan? And it's possible. I don't think it's going to be Christian. That would be a huge swerve. That would be a great swerve. That would be a brilliant swerve. Nobody would expect it. And it would take, actually, follow me on this, Ishmael and everyone else listening, follow me on this. For Christian's win streak, like the bridge to nowhere, it would make sense. For the Christian not to lose, or to lose, but be a soft loss, by, the WWE pulling the dusty on him, it wouldn't make sense. Christian being downgraded by losing all of his matches leading into the Elimination Chamber through the tournament, it would make sense. Because Christian would become the champion, and nobody would expect it. Not even Brock Lesnar. So, that would be the ultimate swerve to me. I think it'd be brilliant. It wouldn't translate, but it'd be brilliant. And it would piss the IWC off to no end. Flat out, it would piss them off. But, so I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Ultimately, right now, for the first time in as many years as I can remember, you can't predict the winner of the main event. You can't. You think you can, and you might, feel you're 95 to 99% right. But there's at least that 1%, like, maybe not. Maybe not. And that's my take on it. What do you think?
Like, popular opinion would, like, say, in a match, in a main event that has Randy Orton, John Cena, one of those two, will always come out, the victor for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
But this time, yeah, that's true. It's like you want to, bet on who you think the winner is, but really, it's going to come down to the wire.
It's open-ended at this point. And I'm going to step away for a second. I got to grab me something to drink. But while I'm stepping away, I want you to talk about, just like, with it being so open-ended, do you honestly think that they're going to put it on Orton or Cena? I mean, honestly, going into WrestleMania against Batista, granted, keep in mind, Brock Lesnar has already challenged for the title at WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
How is that going to play? Now, on top of that, here's some information that's not a spoiler. The WWE, if they don't do a three-man, three-way fight for the Intercontinental title, they were thinking about doing it for the heavyweight title, but they're not going to do both. And the reason being, it doesn't make sense. It detracts from the product, and I couldn't agree with them more. Plus, because you're still going to have a six-man tag with either the Shield or with the Wyatts versus somebody. It could be a follow-up match from this, Sunday's Elimination Chamber of the Shield versus the Wyatts, which would be okay too. To see that extend over multiple pay-per-views. But that being said, what if it is a three-way fight? Who? Batista and Brock Lesnar versus who? Would it be Daniel Bryan? Would it be Antonio Cesaro? Would it be John Cena? See, when you throw Cena in there, it seems to kind of make sense because that's what we're accustomed to. But I think it would actually be a decent match. The three of them playing off of one another. I think that'd be a hell of a brawler match. It won't be a wrestling match. It'll be a brawl, just a barroom beatdown kind of match. In fact, I would venture to say that they make it a hardcore match or a no DQ kind of match, given the nature of what that match would have to be in order to fit these three behemoths. But that being said, just take this opportunity to talk to the fans about your thoughts on that and the implications of which that it might be a three-way match and who you think would best be suited in the three-way. And it doesn't even. I'm sure that possibly Orton would have to. And see, that would be the only justification. Now that I'm thinking about it, that would be the only justification for Orton to pull off the title in the Elimination Chamber. Because if they do a three-way, what's going to happen is it's going to be Randy Orton wins the title, and then it's then has to take on Batista, and obviously Brock Lesnar has said that he gets the title shot at WrestleMania, so that's already an automatic three-way dance. But then because of the IWC and wrestling fans in general are just so they have just a mega Godzilla rage hard on for Daniel Bryan at this point. I was trying to do that old, one of those old Japanese serials, Mega Godzilla, that kind of deal. So, but in truth, I mean, I think that's a fair assessment of the fans' love of Bryan right now. It's like Mega Bryan Bona, So. I think that would be the only kind of justification I could lend to the WWE letting Orton keep the strap, go into the granddaddy of them all, taking on Batista and Brock Lesnar, but on top of which make it a four-way fight with Daniel Bryan. How crazy would that be? You go ahead and tell the fans, because we can talk about this all day, all night off the show. So, but I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick, and you discuss that with the fans right quick. I'll be right back.
All right. Considering three-way matches, they rarely headline, WrestleManias. They'll pop up in the undercard or something like that. It's rare, and to make it a four-way, that would be not since at least WrestleMania. What did they call it? WrestleMania 2000 for some reason they called it. Not since then have they really done like a fatal four-way match. What? I always say John Cena. I always pick him, in the back of my mind because, well, they've gone to him time and time again. So it's only expected that they're gonna use what they believe as the top face, the top guy for over close to 10 years now. Randy Orton, he would only work if they're making this a triple threat or a fatal four-way match. Because honestly, as his reign since I want to say October, since Hell in a Cell, has been lackluster. Brock Lesnar, he needs to be at WrestleMania. He needs to be in the title match one way or another. Batista, they really wrote themselves into a corner on that end. But if you're gonna do it, maybe the best match would be here's two scenarios: Batista, Brock Lesnar, and Daniel Bryan as the champ going in, which perfect underdog story. You have this one guy, fresh off promoting Guardians of the Galaxy, his new Marvel movie, Batista, kind of arrogant in some sense, but also, a veteran. You have Brock Lesnar, the monster, and, he can just go head to head, and then you have Daniel Bryan, who the fans love and will love even more when he's champ. But if you decide to go the Fatal 4-Way, you've got more variables, more variants to go with. Plus, Randy Orton, when he's paired up with some great opponents, like a Daniel Bryan, or actually I don't think he's ever fought Brock Lesnar. I'm trying to remember, maybe, or even he's fought against Batista. Pair all those four elements, and you have something interesting. You have something that could really steal the show. Although I always figured that for this WrestleMania, I figured that it'd be Dean Ambrose versus Seth Rollins versus Roman Reigns for the United States title. I figured with the way they're pushing, Roman Reigns, I figured, they'll have a three-way there, and whoever's facing for the title will be one-on-one. But this might have been the best thing they can do, like all intents and purposes. I think this is the most unpredictable the WWE has been in since 2011 when CM Punk was about to quit, and then he won the title, then he left for 2 weeks. That shoot promo and all that stuff, that's the last point it was really unpredictable. But this now, there's so many variants, I can't even imagine at this point. And I'm honestly surprised, well, I don't want to say surprised, but it's unexpected, and it's amazing to me how far Daniel Bryan's come along. Because I remember 2012, he lost the title 2 WrestleManias ago, 18 seconds to Sheamus, and I thought he was finished. And then he comes back, he gets more crowd reactions, he gets 6 other title matches with CM Punk, gets more reactions. I believe that was around the time he teamed up with Kane for Team Hell No, gets more reactions, then the Yes movement starts growing, and just to see this guy who I remember, fighting in Ring of Honor and all these, indie promotions, to really get this kind of reactions, he should be the champion at this point. He should win to some degree, because I think that's the best angle they're gonna get. And so, well, that's my thought on it so far.
Mega Godzilla Bona! Alright, on that, fans, we're going to step away for a minute. I think we've been up in your ears for, wow, at least 2 hours at this point. So we're going to go ahead and take a slight break and allow you the opportunity to do so as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of music for you, and then we'll be right back to it, and we're going to discuss, among other things. Let me get back to my bullet points. Let's see what we have. Oh, hell, we haven't even touched on TNA. I think it's, I don't know. What do you think, Ishmael? I've had a real good time tonight. I think we've had a pretty good show so far. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, it's been pretty good. I'm surprised it's already been 2 hours, honestly.
Yeah, dude, it's flown by. I could do this all day, all night. But so I think we got a lot of other stuff to talk about. But I think we'll just come back here in a couple days, and we'll make this if we can work out the schedules, we'll just do it every couple days. At least twice a week, and that way we don't run so long and. But we'll still get in, pertinent information and conversations that need to be had, and some considerations for you all to, think on. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, I think we're going to finish up with TNA. We'll discuss that briefly, and then we'll come back in a couple days and pick up from there on the stuff we missed. And clearly, we're going to talk about the Elimination Chamber, and Well, what's your schedule looking like Monday?
Monday, yeah, I'm pretty free on Monday.
All right. Well, Actually, no, let's do it. What about Tuesday? Because I wanted the opportunity to discuss the follow-up Raw after Elimination Chamber.
Oh yeah, and that's the night. That's the day the network starts up, right?
Exactly. So,
I'm free on that day too. That's cool.
all right then. So we'll be back on Tuesday of this coming week, and we'll what we didn't cover tonight, we're going to cover Tuesday, and I'm also with some of the stuff. I'm just going to throw up some articles. I'm pretty good about it. I throw up at least 1 to 3 articles a week. Definitely, I want to encourage you all to check those out. Where?
Facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling.
Man, you are becoming the great tag team partner, son. I just look at you and you're like, I'm right here. Just put my hands out and everything. Just tag me, baby. Tag me. You know. All right, so fans, we're going to jump out for a minute. I'm going to play some music, and then we'll be right back. We're going to cover TNA, and then we're going to call it a night. And always, guys, hey, we love that you all are just helping us to build this, both the page and Grapple This podcast, and in conjunction with Grapple This production, which is going to, we're going to keep doing this and putting out other, content. As long as you guys just keep giving us the love and giving us the time to be a part of your lives, we're going to pay it back and pay it forward by helping others out and just growing this love as much as we can. And we cannot thank you enough for this. So just, keep going with us, because this is the beginning of a journey, not the end. And we're growing every day, and I'm thankful for it, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll come back with some TNA and then call it a night, and I'll get some articles out to y'all in the next few days, and we'll pick it back up where we left off on Tuesday. So we'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Man, hit me with that hi-hat, son. Yeah. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Hopefully you can hear that music. Unfortunately, my subwoofer kicked out on me. And so that was just, unfortunately, the speakers on this laptop. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to give me a new set. But so hopefully, well, it won't be Tuesday, but by the first of the month, I'm going to get some new speakers, and y'all be able to kick it. I'm a blues man and a funk man, and I like it. Especially, I think it goes well given what we're about to jump into quickly, because we are running along today. But that's all right. I'd much rather allow for a great conversation than not, But I think we had to get in a funky kind of mood to be talking about some TNA, man, because really my bullet point for this one, I shared it earlier, or if I didn't, let me share it now. In going through this process of scripting out what talking points we want to cover, and which in the future we're going to cover more than just the WWE and TNA. I think that there's a big disservice that goes on within the IWC in not getting out the indie promotions as they should be. The NWA and what they're still doing, or Smoky Mountain Wrestling, as well as New Japan, what they're doing over in England, the Lucha Libres down Mexico, and even Texas. Texas is blowing up right now with some great Lucha Libre action going on down their way. And we're going to touch base on all of it, folks. Unfortunately, tonight, going into Elimination Chamber and with the WWE Network, which we really didn't talk too much about, but we're moving on from that. We'll cover that Tuesday. We're going to cover a lot more than just the two major promotions. I don't want to be disingenuous to you as fans or to those promotions, because our intent again is to bring both the wrestling universe and the IWC community under one just giant umbrella, bring everybody to the table that wants to sit down and have a talk with us. And we are going to evolve this further. We're going to have interviews upcoming. I'm still working on making contact with some of the guys that I used to interview on my previous podcast, because I took a 5-year hiatus doing other artistic endeavors in that period, but I'm back to doing this now, and I'm loving every minute of it. And I want to share that love with you guys anytime I'm able to. So I'm still reaching out, and I want to have some interviews, and we will have some interviews with guys in the business or guys that were in the business, and just getting some further insights and perspectives, and hopefully a good story or two that you haven't heard 1,000 times already. And so we're just growing this. We're growing it by the day, and it's going to get bigger and better. So again, I said before the break, I'm going to say it again, strap in, because this is the beginning of a journey, not the end. And we are having so much fun, and we hope and pray that you are too, because this is just a shared love of everything wrestling. And I can't thank you guys enough. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But having said that, let's transition to a hate boner, an absolute hate boner, son. I'm talking about a 12-inch hater. You know what I'm saying? This is porn-style hate going on. And specifically what I'm talking about is Jimmy C, the true mouth of the South, Jim Cornette, and his hate boner for everything Dixie Carter, Vince Russo, and unfortunately TNA. The immediate thought right there is that's just Jim being Jim, which I've grown up with Jim, watching him since I was a wee little pup, and I love that guy. He's been in the business. How long you figure, Ishmael? Damn near 50 years now?
Yeah, around there.
Yeah, it's because I'm about to turn 40 here in 3 years, and I've been doing this since Yeah, I was, watching wrestling since I was like 5, 6 years old, and where I've always been a writer by nature. I was writing stuff back then, just posting here locally. I was covering as a kid. It was cute to some of the local promotions. They let me just do little puff pieces and stuff from a kid's perspective, and so but that hey, and I'm thankful for that opportunity growing up because it's translated over into me, reaching out and branching out and doing other things, and then within both the business and becoming a journalist of it, and then coming back to it now, which I'm doing, and I'm loving every second of it. So, but yeah, I grew up watching old Jimmy, Jimmy C, just doing his thing, and I got a lot of respect for him. He's yeah, he's not one to hold back. You ain't ever gonna say that Jim Cornette. I really wish I knew what was on his mind. He just don't talk about stuff like you want to know stuff. No, Jimmy puts it all out there, son, and for whatever reason, he just got that hate boner going, and he's had it. I mean, he is just down like a 5 pound bottle of Viagra for hate boners, son. I mean, because that's just constant. But what it is he recently tweeted that, and clearly he watched the show last week, which I think is a little disingenuous, but we'll get into that. But he tweeted that you can't F up TNA more than it's already effed up. And normally I would agree with him, but this past week I think that they really didn't do a great job at the main event, and we're going to touch on that. But I think he's right in certain respects, and whether or not you're of the mind that you like Vince Russo or don't like Vince Russo and what he did over his 15-year career, both in the WWE and then NWA TNA. Then he left for a while, came back to NWTNA. Actually went back to WWE as well. But now ultimately he's back with Impact Wrestling, and I don't know how big of a role he's playing yet. I'm not privy to that information. I will try to find that out because I don't know how much of the storyline that he has influence over at this point. But just the same, whether or not you're of the mind that you like him or hate him, I think he's offered some things to the sport, and if nothing else, he has gone out of his way not to bury people because he's had the right. I mean, he lived under the climate of Eric Bischoff, the NWO, and I won't say that the NWO destroyed WCW. No, that happened prior to the whole NWO creation. That actually falls more on the head of Jim Herd, the former regional manager of a Pizza Hut that was mistakenly given the position of running the WCW. He was more of that old school regional kind of booker or even manager of a company, the likes of the AWA or USWA or NWA to a certain extent, in that they could only grow the product so far. And once you hit that glass ceiling, it was downhill from there. You could not take it any further. And that's where TNA is now, but not really. They have an opportunity now, and we're going to discuss that here in a minute, about where they're over in England finally, which they did a huge disservice to themselves over the years and to the fan base. They're in England, Scotland, Ireland, and Australia, where the fan base is far more solid in both numbers and in intensity than what it is here American-based, and it has been for years. Now, there's a lot of factors that go into that. One of the bigger factors is that over in England, most of their wrestling shows aren't even televised. So TNA has an untapped well of resource to just play with and to really reestablish themselves at this point if they do it right. And this extended promotion, where it's been multiple shows from England, has done well for them. The vibe from the crowds has been nothing but amazing. The level of participation, drawability, and electricity in the arenas. It's something that TNA hasn't felt in a good 7 years at least. And so I'm glad to see that, and I want to encourage them to continue. But going back to Vince Russo, he was under Bischoff, and during the WCW days, and so it wasn't the NWO that destroyed WCW. That was Jim Herd, because he ran the company financially into the ground long before the NW came around with those unlimited contracts that allow guys to decide long-term contracts, which is a mistake in and of itself, because wrestlers by nature are independent contractors, and they should be treated as such. Because, and this is an unpopular thought, and trust me, I don't like it myself, but it is the reality. If you give someone the resources of a fail-proof contract, where they cannot be fired for whatever reason, outside of some, serious, something, catastrophic, which was done back during the WCW days, these guys let it go to their heads. And of course they're going to, because if you give anybody, I don't care what capacity you're in, one of the ventures I've done in my life was I've worked politics for years, and local, state, and national political campaigns. And I can draw from that experience as well this rule of thumb that if you give somebody a little taste, just a taste of power, it's going to go to their head. And it does. And that's what happened. Because you had guys, not necessarily like a Scott Hall or Kevin Nash, but you did have some guys within that community that, because they had these ironclad contracts, didn't show up for shows. They did not show up for events. And they claim injury, they claim whatever. But what was it? Was it a headache? Was it a hangnail? No, I'm sorry. You got to show up. You got to suck it up, buttercup, and you got to show up, because that's what you're paid to do. And unfortunately, that power went to their heads, and the product suffered. It suffered horrifically because of which. Now, so it wasn't, the NWO, and it wasn't Vince Russo, Eric Bischoff, or any of them that destroyed WCW. That was Jim Herd. That, by and large, for those that don't know, that falls on Jim Herd. And, you can make your arguments, and I will definitely entertain them, but at the end of the day, you have to look at the numbers side of it. And Jim Herd ran that company into the ground, just like so many, unfortunately, other promoters have done throughout the years. And this goes into, if you don't learn from the past, you're going to repeat it. And WCW, unfortunately, fell prey to that. But so Vince Russo grew up in that climate, as a writer. He, the argument's been made he never was a wrestling fan, and he was more of an artsy-fartsy kind of writer, and he thumbed his nose up at wrestling fans as just being white trash, ignorant, hillbillies. There might be some truth to that, but even still, he did have a job to fulfill and obligations therein, and in order to be paid and to take care of his family, and he did. So whether or not you like Vince or not, he's had the chance over the years, because the nature of the beast in wrestling is throw someone under the bus whenever, however possible, in order to get up. And Vince Russo hasn't necessarily done that. There's been times that he has, especially with Hulk Hogan. But you have to look at the climate at the time. You have to look at the variables that went into those situations. But even in his biography that he wrote, he had the opportunity, just like so many others, wrestlers or non-wrestlers, but those within the realm of wrestling, to throw people under the bus. He didn't necessarily do that, and then to that end, he's got a little bit of respect from me. I don't necessarily agree with some of the storylines he's written over the years, and or the direction that he's taken, these promotions. I think in some part he and both Ed Ferrara, prop themselves up as being these geniuses, when at the time you didn't really have to do any writing at all. You had such phenomenal and historically great wrestlers, the likes of which you're not going to see for another 30 years. And the reason I say 30 years is because between golden ages of wrestling, there was a 30-year palate cleansing of the palate, if you would, that took place in between the 40s and 50s, and then the 80s and going in through the 90s. But you had greats like Stone Cold, The Rock, among others, Shawn Michaels, Randy Orton, John Cena was coming up at that time. So you had a slew of guys, Triple H, DX at that time as well, where you didn't, from a creative standpoint, you could pretty much just phone it in. Phone it in, mail it in, fax it in, whatever. You didn't have to put in too much effort. They were going to steal the show regardless, and they were going to make you look great because of which. So, I mean, and I think that Ed Ferrara and Vince Russo at that time, they got a little bit like they pulled an Eric Bischoff. They got full of themselves. They really did. I mean, Bischoff should have, stayed behind the scenes, but he made that move to step outside of his capacity in a creative and a managerial sense, much to the detriment of the sport. I mean, I think from a creative standpoint or a storyline standpoint, he contributed? Sure, but at what cost? And the only reason I say that is because where you put wrestling is, I can't remember, was it like Chinese checkers? I can't remember the game, but I remember there was a game growing up as a kid we used to play. If you put something into, like a little like glass gem into play, you had to take one out. And that's how wrestling is. If you put someone in, you got to take someone out, because you can't have too many people, because then you have too many people, and even still, someone's going to get lost in the shuffle ultimately. And so, in that respect, I think that Bischoff stepping in, and even Russo did it, and Ferrara did it as well, especially in NWA TNA, and I think that's what ultimately led to his quick removal from the product, because he was only with NWA TNA in the capacity that he wanted for a few brief months, but that's outside the point. So where you put one in, you got to take one out, and I don't think that Russo and Bischoff should have stepped outside of the creative capacity. I think that was an injustice that they did provide. But in regard to Jim Cornette, does that translate into this overwhelming hate boner? Yes and no. I'm somewhat magnanimous in that. I understand why they did, on a variety of levels, which I just tried to share, just a brief look inside my head, which is scary in and of itself, but that's beside the point. Just go to your therapist, ask for some Valium, get the Valium, take them with some alcohol, you'll be all right tomorrow, I promise, all right? So, don't drink with Valium, seriously, it's not good. Don't do that. But at any rate, I don't think that I think it's somewhat disingenuous of Jim Cornette to always be attacking TNA. Right now, they are growing, and to understand the nature of TNA, you absolutely have to look back at its history, and I cannot repeat this enough. You have to look at the full picture to understand the fragments that we're seeing now. before that, let me go ahead and get your thoughts, Ismail, on Jim Cornette's tweet and the hate bunner he still has going on.
Hmm. Well, Jim Cornette, he's always good for an interview, and he worked at TNA for I want to say 2 years or 3 around there.
Yeah, roughly around that.
And he's probably more privy to some of the interactions, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel he kind of plays it up to a certain extent, especially for like radio interviews or stuff, because. When you think Jim Cornette, you always automatically think, at least nowadays, of him, doing these messages on Vince Russo and TNA, always with the shoot interviews. So I don't know. Sometimes he can be justified, and sometimes the way TNA has been run has been a bit questionable. But at the same time, he is playing it up for laughs.
Sorry about that. I had to cough. I agree with you. I think it's somewhat played up in nature. But no, in hearing Jim talk about it, I mean, there is this hate, this visceral hate, and it translates. I mean, if you go to YouTube and you bring up any of his shoot interviews, which you alluded to, just shut your eyes while you're listening to it. You don't need to see his face get all red, as it typically does. You just feel it through his voice and the choice of wording that he implements. It's just hate. Now, I agree to some extent that he was privy to some things, but this went on, this was... the scope of which it wasn't just with Russo and NWA TNA at the time. It dealt with when Russo was in WWE, when Russo was in WCW. It covered the bulk of Russo's career. Jim was always hypercritical of him, and again, I agree with some aspects of it, but to warrant this level of hate, I don't know. And don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Jimmy C, Jim Cornette. I love him. I loved him as a manager. I thought he was brilliant. I thought he served in that capacity quite well over the years, and he's helped a lot of wrestlers come into their own. And what he did with Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I thought was brilliant. He actually improved that product immeasurably. But just the same, I just hate to see anyone just have such a loathing for someone else. I try to understand it because I'm empathetic in nature. I want to understand where you're coming from and what this all entails. But and that's why I've personally I've watched all the shoots and I've gone back, done the research, and yes, I agree with them in certain respects, but in large part, I don't see that it's warranted. I just don't see the magnitude of. Do I think that Vince Russo or even the Dixie Carter has destroyed the business as what Jim Cornette would paint with a broad brush upon someone's perspective? No, you can't destroy the business. The business itself will always survive. It's like a cockroach. You can throw a couple of nuclear bombs at it, and it will find a way of surviving. And the reason being, this is the oldest sport known to man. I mean, there are cave drawings. Some of the earliest cave drawings were of wrestling scenes, and they were done with such imagination and painting them onto the walls that lends you the perspective of seeing wrestling as being the modern mythology, which is an article I'm currently working on that I'll be posting after this blog. I'm going to work on that a little bit more, or this podcast rather. I'm going to work on that a little bit more, and I might get it up tonight, or it'll be first thing tomorrow, because there's a lot of good information I'm putting into that one, and if you're a historian of the sport, or if you're someone that just wants a broader scope of the origins and the nature of the sport of kings, I would definitely encourage you to read this one. I really haven't said on the title yet, so I don't want to say that it's going to be called Wrestling the Modern Mythology, because that's just an easy title to slap on something. I try to be a little bit more creative than that. But either way, it'll be posted to the page, by tomorrow night at the very latest. And what is that address again, Ismail?
Facebook.com/Golden Age of Wrestling.
There you are. You're right there for me, baby. You're right. I slapped it right there. You're tagging you in. Good job. Good job, man. We got to play some WWE 14 or 2K14 as you'd be the perfect tag team partner. I slap you in. Bam! You got that special move already. You got the setup move and the special ready to go, son. Yes, sir. All right. So I don't think Jimmy C is being fair, but I get where he's coming from. I truly do. Do I think that a Dixie Carter or a Vince Russo is of the mindset or even of the power, the capability of destroying the business, as Jim would suggest? No, they can't. Okay, the business has evolved, especially from the regional days up until now, to such a point that even if you mess it up, because there's been a lot that's been messed up over the years. Like I said, you got to look back to like Georgia Wrestling, Florida Championship Wrestling, AWA, WCCW, USWA, all of which they hit that glass ceiling and then went to shit right after. And it's the nature of the beast in a lot of respects. You have to be of a very fine business mind in order to manipulate the situations and the climate that's going on around you at that time, and so that it will benefit both you individually and collectively with your staff, your roster, your gappers, your cameramen, everybody. As well as the product itself, and it's a tough thing to do. Okay, so for anyone to just try and jump in and say, "Oh, I'm a booker or I'm a promoter," and build it from the ground up, no, that's where you have to put in sweat equity. You're going to have to live it 24/7 and sacrifice to it, but that's the beauty of the business. One of the great things about Jim Cornette is that when he waxes nostalgic on some of the stories of being on the road, you feel it. You feel the love of the business, the sacrifice, and the pains involved, which I covered briefly in one of my previous articles. Again, check that out. Where?
Facebook.com/Golden Age of Pro Wrestling.
Excellent. Good job, sir. Good job. Actually, it's Golden Age of Wrestling, I believe. See, now you got me confused. Anyways, look up do a search for the history of professional wrestling. There's other histories of wrestling pages, which they're good, and I encourage each and every one of y'all to check them out. They put out some good content, and I want to send some love out to those guys because they actually they don't do it directly for me to push me to up my game and throwing out quality content for you guys, but because they're doing it and I read everything that they put out there, when I sit down and I do my research on a weekly basis, like I said, I do at least 2 to 3 articles a week, sometimes more, in the rare cases sometimes less. But when I sit down, I spend a couple days, or even with some articles, I'll put them on the back burner. I'll just keep doing the research until I get enough that I think it warrants a great article for your considerations. So I give a lot of love and respect out to the guys that run the History of Wrestling pages and websites as well, because there's some really good ones out there, specifically addressing the history, the origins of both wrestling and then the styles involved, and the shifts, the cultural shifts, and the artistic shifts, and even the business shifts that have taken place from then to now and back again. Because in life, you got to remember, folks, everything is cyclical. And one of the reasons I say that, and to tie this back into wrestling, because that's kind of a life thing, but it's also very much a wrestling thing. Some of the same moves that are being done today were being done back in Babylon and in Egypt ages ago. Ages ago. So whereas things do change, they stay the same. They really do. Everything's cyclical in nature, and you'll see it. So that's another reason that I encourage each and every one of you to do your research, become historians. Don't just stay complacent as fans watching the modern day version. Go back, watch some of those old matches. You know, do the research. Look up these people like a Hackenschmidt or a Diaz I'm trying to think because I'm writing that article right now. Luthez, George Hackenschmidt, some of the early 1900 guys, because there are some great stories. We're running really long, so I'm not going to go into it tonight. But read the article, definitely, because there's some great stories in there that I try to get out to you guys, and it just betters you as fans because you can go back and see where it was, where it is now, and where it's going to go, and it's going to increase your appreciation of the sport of kings, which ultimately that's our intent here, just to facilitate you with a way of growing your appreciation and growing that love. But all right, so with TNA, going back to that, no, Dixie and Russo, even Jimmy C, Hulk Hogan, Eric Bischoff, any of them, none of them have the power nor the capabilities of destroying the business, as Jim Cornette would like to suggest. And so, again, to that end, I don't necessarily agree with Jim. I think he's been somewhat disingenuous in nature on that, or trying to prop himself through which, you know, in being in this business, I don't care what kind of capacity it is, be it a wrestler, be it a promoter, a booker, or even someone in the journalistic side of it or the media side of it, you have to be self-promoting in nature in order to get ahead. I myself, you know, with my background in print journalism, and as an artist, I've always been, you know, self-promoting in nature. You have to be, and it's not that it's an ego thing. It's you have a passion and a love for it, and you want to, you know, make sure that you're throwing out there that information to people that, you know, they're going to have the opportunity, or they're going to let it filter in that you're there and you're relevant and you have something to contribute. So, you know, if Jim's doing it for that purpose, just to self-promote, I get that, you know, but again, I still think it's somewhat disingenuous. However, and going back to what we were talking about, you have to understand the origins of NWA TNA in order to understand Impact Wrestling. Now, at the time that NWA TNA came into existence back in 2002, it was Jeff Jarrett and his father that ran the company. That was ultimately bought out by Dixie Carter's family, the Carter family, and given to Dixie to run. But prior to that, what led up to NWA TNA coming into existence and being, as I put it, the perfect symphony, or well, actually, it was a symphony of diversity, but on top of which, it was a perfect marriage between hardcore and acrobatic base wrestling, high impact wrestling. And what facilitated that was Vince McMahon, I think at the time, lacking either insight or foresight, because, you know, but there too, how could you know? Let me preface that by saying, how could you know that within, because this was 2002, roughly, so 2 years prior to that, roughly around 2000, well, it was 98 when WCW went under, if I'm getting my timeline right. Then it was like a year and a half later that ECW went under. My dates might be wrong, and if they are, feel free to be like, dude, you're wrong. What the hell, man? And fine, whatever, you got me. Congratulations, you're smart. All right. So, but even still, regardless of the timeline, both WCW and ECW went under, and Vince bought up the rights of which. Had he the foresight to know that one day he would be, doing a network where, you want to offer as much content as possible, and as much programming as possible to draw in different target audience, because not one product is going to appeal to everyone. It doesn't work that way. If you've had any kind of experience in media, you're going to know this. This is one of the first rules that you learn. So anytime that you have the opportunity to bring a diversity of product under that umbrella, which would in this case be the WWE Network, you're better off. Why just buy apples when you can buy bananas and oranges and kiwi and limes, lemons, whatever? You're going to have that diversity to choose from, and it just makes the overall product better, and it makes your profit margin a hell of a lot better, because you're going to appeal to a wider range of audience. Now, if Vince would have had that foresight, I don't think that he would have closed down WCW or ECW for that matter. Rather, he would have kept them up and running and incorporate them under this larger umbrella, because he's still getting paid. He's getting paid out the yin yang, but he get paid that much more for having done so, because again, you're drawing in more people. But I think that either he lacked the foresight, or he lacked, or he gave into the old regional mentality of kill or be killed, which was very predominant at the time, especially if you look at the climate, which I'm not going to do here because we're already running long. But I covered it in one article, and I'm going to cover it more in future articles as well. Probably the one on this McMahon that I do. In fact, it will be covered in that one. So it was either the kill or be killed regional mentality lingering over, or the lack of foresight. Either way, what Vince didn't see was this provided the backdrop for this perfect marriage of hardcore to acrobatics to come together in one beautiful moment. And that was NWA TNA. Yeah, they had some hiccups in their first couple years, but the quality of product and the diversity of the product that they were offering, hands down, had they the availability to TV rights prior to when they eventually got them, as opposed to doing a weekly pay-per-view show, they could have, in theory, but I would argue more than theory, ushered in somewhat prematurely a third golden age of wrestling, on top of which a second Monday Night War that, if they would have done so, could have buried the WWE at the time. Which, to understand that, you got to make the argument, but Trent, this was during the time that there was Steve Austin, The Rock, Triple H, DX. There's no way. Brock Lesnar was, starting out. There's no way that NWA TNA could have buried them. No, they really could have, because they had what the WWE at the time did not have, which was diversity. Because you had Ken Shamrock as the initial champion, you had the New Church, which were your corporate ministry, or your Wyatt family at the time, because every wrestling promotion at one point or another has that dark foreboding, menacing, angle, that they play, be it Raven's Flock, or in NWA TNA it was Raven's Gathering, corporate ministry, et cetera, et cetera, or Devastation Inc., or shit, go back to WCCW, with the missing link, Bruiser Brody. Shoot, I can't even think of all the guys off the top of my head. But anyway, so you had, just this diversity that was intermingling. You had Ken Shamrock, Jeff Jarrett, Ron the True Killings, B.G. James, Bullet Bob Armstrong, the Basham brothers, among so many others. And then you had the Flying Elvises. You had your X Division starting out, your Chris Daniels, your shoot, I can't think of his name.
AJ Styles?
Yeah, thank you. Right there with the tag, the quick tag, the hot tag, son, hot tag. That's awesome. You won the internet tonight with that one. But you had your Christopher Daniels, your Elix Skipper, AJ Styles, among so many others that were so young, and at that time, doing the high impact wrestling that you don't get now. You don't get this up-paced, high impact wrestling as you were then. And even WWE at the time could not connect the dots in incorporating all that into their weekly shows or even in their pay-per-views. So that's why I would argue that NWA TNA at the time could have, if they had, with certain variables being considered, the TV, the availability to TV on top of other things like having unlimited money, which they didn't have. They had a budget at that time to bring in more, but even still, they were at that time, as obvious, affiliated with the NWA. They were able to bring in guys on a week-by-week basis as needed to keep the product fresh and keep it growing, because you had CM Punk coming in and out of there, over a 2-year period. This was when he was, still in the Indies, and he didn't really offer much at that time, but just because there was a constant influx of diversity coming in, it made the product better every week. It made you want to watch it because, again, asterisk, card subject to change. It elicits your imagination. You did not know what was going to happen. You didn't. And that was the brilliance of the NWA TNA. Now, let's, fast forward from that to Impact Wrestling. Impact Wrestling is too much more of the WWE cookie cutter mode and predictable matches. They're stuck in that specific mode at this point, and much to their detriment, and the product has suffered because of which. And even as recent as Thursday night, the swerve that was heard around the world, it was so freaking predictable. In fact, as I saw James Storm throw Rockstar Spud out the ring, I was like, here it comes. And there it was. And it had as much appeal as a wet blanket. Or watching, wallpaper drying. It did not translate like it could have. But that's the mode that TNA is stuck in right now. Well, Impact Wrestling. And that's the unfortunate thing, because they do have some decent wrestlers still. And unfortunately, a lot of them have aged out, and they cannot go in an up-tempo match. And that's a given. And, like your Kazarians or your Bobby Roode, your James Storms, your Gunners, none of them. They need more of an influx of younger but creative guys, like the influx of like the younger guys that got in, like the bromance right now. No, come on now, that's not enough. They're not. Those are your mid carders. Those at best they're your mid carders, and the fact that you slapped your tag team titles on them doesn't up them by any stretch of the imagination. They're still mid carders. You can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. And I mean, I think that phrase is very fitting. And no disrespect to the bromance. Guys, you're all doing what you do, and if you're doing it well and you're putting out a quality product, you got my respect. Unfortunately, it's not drawing. It's not. And then maybe that's not necessarily you. It could be more of the creative side. I don't know all the variables in that. But just the same, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. And it's just not translating over. At least that's my thoughts. What are your thoughts on this, Ishmael?
Just like it's until I believe last Thursday when I saw Impact in the main event, and I saw Samuel Shaw kidnap Christy Emmy, and then it segued into a Subway's commercial randomly. And then they also I think I have my notes here. I think Mike Tenay and Taz during the main event or the tag team match with the American Wolves, I believe, they plugged the random AMC show Game of Arms, like an arm wrestling show.
Yes.
And and like all of this, and then you go to the main event where they do the same thing they did with Magnus versus AJ Styles, and they devalue the title. And the funniest part was Gunner. I think I said Gunner hulking up when he was smashing his head into the turnbuckle. Let's call it Gunner gunning up.
Yeah, he was gunning up, son, gunning up.
And then he does like the headbutts with no protection right to the stomach of Magnus.
Right, and even that move, that was a flat move. I'm sorry, it did not translate well. I watched it, but I questioned as he landed it. I was like, did he slip? Because it looked like he must have slipped on the top turnbuckle because it just didn't translate into, like a D'Lo Brown coming off the top rope kind of deal, with a headbutt, or even like a Chris Benoit type of headbutt off the top rope. Because with that, it was more dramatic in nature and it sold. But with Gunner doing it, it looked like either he slipped or he, undershot his opponent, and it didn't translate. It did not translate.
Why is Gunner in the first place doing like these high flying moves, since he looks like what his build and the way they positioned him in the hype video when they're talking about his military service and all that?
Right.
It would make more sense to him be like a brawler or even a little bit of a technical wrestler, kind of, show some holds or something, show he can belong in the ring, or in the main event at least. But the way they booked the match, it's another like Randy Orton title fluke situation.
Kind of. I mean, you can definitely draw that comparison, and I think that in certain respects that you're warranted in doing so. I don't know. I think right now TNA is one of the things that they're suffering from, and I'm not trying to be super critical because I loved NWA TNA, loved it. In fact, again, I would argue that it could have ended the WWE, absolutely ended it if certain factors would have aligned. But if wishes were fishes, I'd have a bunch of fishes. So to that end, and ultimately to the name, I still don't know if I said it. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But if I didn't, for this bullet point, I titled it "Damn Girl." TNA, damn girl, what is wrong with you? Because I mean, ultimately, that's the takeaway. And watching that show every Thursday, it's just like, damn, you used to be so great, girl. I mean, it was like that perfect girl next door, the one you wanted to get with, and you were pissed off if anyone else got to her before you did. And now it's like, for real? I ain't trying to be mean, girl, but damn, you kind of fugly. You fugly in nature right now. Slap some lipstick, some mascara, lose some weight, something. Do something, girl. Tweeze them eyebrows. Damn, you kind of fugly. And I hate that. I do, brother. I truly hate that for TNA because I love it and I want it to be better because anytime that you have competition, it's going to make you be better. You have to be. And unfortunately, WWE is in the position, and granted, you have to understand that because it's PG in nature, that definitely limits them creative with the creative side of it. Um, but even still, I think the WWE, up until as of a month ago, has been stalled out. Creatively and productively, because of which, uh, due to the lack of competition. So I want to see TNA thrive. I truly want to see them thrive, and they have the opportunity now, especially. And here's the the irony in all of it. Um, if they stayed over in England, in Ireland, in Scotland, or even in Australia, stay more European based right now, tapping all those untapped resources of talent, because there are so many British and Scottish based wrestlers that it is a different style. And in introducing that into TNA at this point would do nothing but raise the level of product that's coming out because it's something that from an American standpoint we're not necessarily privy to, even though we do have the internet and even though we do have YouTube and just this cacophony of videos that are out there. You have to wade through so many to get to those ones that are worth watching. And by that point, you're so burned out that you're not even going to appreciate the good ones from the bad ones. So, and there too, that's another reason, going back to our intent with the web page and the podcast and also the Facebook page. Oh, you missed the tag. You missed it.
Wait. Try the hot tag again. Wait a second.
No. I'm down for the count, son. I've
The
been
horseman
stunned.
got you.
Yeah,
The horseman got you.
Arn put me up in the spine buster, slapped me down. Yeah, I know, right? But no, the larger intent is to bring everybody together and putting out the quality of content that you all deserve as fans, as historians of the sport. And even for the wrestlers, because I've been privy to back when I previously did my podcast 5 years back and was writing articles for various web pages, zines, magazines, etc., that were kind enough to share the stuff I had to throw out there, and in some cases pay me for, which is always a beautiful thing. Because by and large, I do this for free, and I do it because I love this. I love every aspect of the sport, of the business, all of it. It's fun to me. This is where I live. Other people live in other neighborhoods. Like some people like cars or watching Duck Dynasty, stuff like that. Wrestling's where I live. I'm right there on Know Your Role Boulevard and Shut Your Damn Mouth. Drive. So and I'm okay with that. But going back to it, TNA, if they were to stay over there. And before that, the intent is to offer the quality of content, and I can't say that enough because we do try and strive to put out the best content and need to know information for you guys, and hopefully we do so. And if we don't, by all means, let us know. But be kind, don't be jackasses, because nobody needs that. Offer criticism, but make it constructive, because this is something that we do just, out of love, and so you don't need to tear us or anyone down for that matter. If you're doing something that you love, you want that positive feedback, but guide us, direct us if we're not doing good. Just say, hey, Trent, shut up. Let Ismail talk more. You talk to them. That I'll take, all right, because I'm a talker. But at any rate, no, just give us that criticism. By all means, give us that criticism, but do it lovingly. or as lovingly as possible, because we do this out of love. But so with TNA, I think that they have an untapped resource. Truly, they do right now, and they're fortunate in that because the WWE isn't going that route. They're not, and there are so many promotions. Like I already alluded to it earlier, uh, over in England, their wrestling shows aren't even shown on TV, which is just ridiculous to me. Because the culture loves wrestling. There is such a love of wrestling over in England specifically, and I miss England. I lived in England for 3 months of my life, and great culture over there. At the time, I wasn't much in the wrestling. I was doing other things at that point, but so in looking back, I would have. I wish during that opportunity, I could have, checked out what the British were offering in way of wrestling, but unfortunately I didn't. But so be it. But no, the British style is different in nature, as is Japanese-based wrestling or even lucha libre, and it's not necessarily so much the move sets as it is the in-ring psychology or lack thereof. Because if you can explain to me the in-ring psychology of lucha libre, I will sit down. Not only will I sit down and listen to you, I'll buy you a beer or multiple beers because I can't figure it, and neither can some of the others. I was listening to one of Steve Austin's podcasts last week. I believe it was last week, and he was talking with. I'm trying to remember who it was. I can't remember, but it was somebody that spent time. Oh, it was Steve Austin's podcast interview with Daniel Bryan, who spent time down in Mexico wrestling. And they were both of the mindset that they didn't understand the in-ring psychology of lucha libre, which it's different. If you watch true lucha libre wrestling, it's zany but not zany like Chikara, which I love. If you're a fan of zany type of wrestling, definitely check out Chikara. We share their stuff on the website, or not the website, but the Facebook page, where we will be sharing their stuff on the website once we get that up and running. But Chikara is just fun. You saw a little bit of which, if you watched the National Wrestling Day show, that was a great show to watch. You can still find that on YouTube. I would definitely encourage you guys to check that out. It's fun. It is absolute fun. It's entertainment. It's silly in nature in certain respects, while still staying true to the sport. So definitely check that out and let me know what you think about that. But let's get back on TNA. They have such an opportunity right now abroad, and if they were to stay abroad, it would just magnify the level of product exponentially, but they're not going to. They want to stay American-based, and I'm still racking my brain as to the reasoning for that, because the money's not here, the drawability is not here, and the level of fan participation through which is not here. I think that they need to stay abroad and tap these resources that A, the WWE isn't trying to tap, and B, doesn't want to, which is just beyond me. But then C, some of the reasoning is, and there have been several Japanese wrestlers here recently that have had opportunities to come and try out for the WWE, but they said, hell no. And the reason it's not because the money isn't good or anything like that. The money is. It's just they don't want to be repackaged into some nonsensical cookie-cutter kind of role, like a Santino Marella or a Goldust or whomever. They don't want to be repackaged in such a light. Now this leads into something else I wanted to talk about. Screw it, we're running long, like really long, but that's okay. Like with Sting coming into the WWE, I fear that they might try to repackage him. One of the pages that we belong to and we actually enjoy quite a lot is Kayfabe News on Facebook. They are just funny as funny can be. And one of the articles they put out, it's fake news. All right, so people, if you go there and you read this stuff, don't try to throw it out on the IWC saying, sharing that information as if it was real, because people are going to laugh at you, because it's not. It's totally made up, but it's funny in nature. And one of the articles they posted when the news finally surfaced that Sting was in contract negotiations with the WWE is that he was going to show up on Next as the Bumblebee Man or something ridiculous like that, and which wouldn't terribly be too far off the mark of what the WWE has done to some, wrestlers over the years. And so that's what made it so brilliant, at least to me. You might disagree, if and when you can backtrack that. I'll see if I can backtrack that article, and I'll throw it up once we get the podcast up and give that a chance for y'all to listen to, so you know why I put that article up. But yeah, they're funny. I definitely encourage y'all to check that out. But so yeah, there's certain Japanese or lucha libre or English based or wrestlers throughout the European nations or even down Mexico way that don't want to come to the WWE because of ridiculous rebranding. Now, and I don't blame them, because that's your livelihood, and part of that is branding is everything. And if you don't brand yourself right, it's going to bite you in the ass. It always has. It always will. And I feel for Dustin Rhodes. He's been horribly rebranded over the years, from Seven to Goldust to what were some of the other ridiculous ones? Ismail, do you remember?
Wasn't he called The Natural or something like that?
Yeah,
There has to be another one.
No, he was called the Natural Dustin Rhodes, which was fine, but the WWE didn't want him. They told him that Dustin is boring, and on top of which they didn't want him to play off of his father, which for certain wrestlers, second or third generation wrestlers, like a Curtis Axel, for example, some of them rebrand themselves because they don't want to have to live up to the perception of what their relative was in the business, because that can be both a positive and a negative, and so that can be a very difficult thing to contend with, and so they rebrand themselves. But with Dustin, it wasn't him; it was the WWE and then WCW with the Seven character that did that to him, and it's hurt him. It damn near destroyed his career multiple times over. In fact, it led to him at one point, although I think it was more of a work, where he actually burnt the Goldust costume there at the entrance into the arena of one of the Raw shows. You can YouTube that, or I'll probably throw that up on the page after this. But so branding is everything, and TNA has a chance right now where they're rebranding themselves as Impact Wrestling, which there ain't much impact, and high impact wrestling, but it's Impact just the same. It's like, wow, really? I just watched this for 2 hours, really? But I don't think that's the impact that they're wanting to have. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
Honestly, I remember maybe it was 2 years ago when they renamed them or rebranded themselves Impact Wrestling from TNA, and I remember the old NWA TNA days. I distinctly remember watching. I can't tell which pay-per-view it was, which weekly one, but when Raven came into the promotion, DDT Jeff Jarrett and took the title. I'm trying to remember what day that was. Because during that time, they had all the great wrestlers, and I love Raven, so you know, they had the total package for me, you know, at that point.
Yeah, very much so.
And then to see it now, where they have, you know, some really good wrestlers. Bobby Roode can still go. Austin Aries. The knockout division is kind of wavering, has been for a long time, because they have pretty much gutted that division for some reason. And as far as I can remember, they still have Samoa Joe who can still go, but like the storylines too haven't been helping. Like every single year, it's like a takeover, either Sex from the stable from Vince Russo, or Immortal, or the Aces and Eights, or now what's the MVP and the Investor angle. All these things kind of coalesce in just focusing less on the action and more on the promos and the weird hype videos and the storylines, which they're not good for like rebrandings.
No, I agree with you. And Main Event Mafia was one.
God.
Jarrett's Army.
Planet Jarrett, I think.
Yeah, Planet Jarrett. And
Christian
then
Coalition, something
right,
like that.
yeah,
God.
yeah. Out of the so 2002, it's 2014. 12 out of the 12 years that TNA has been in existence on one level or another, be it NWA TNA, TNA Asylum, Impact Wrestling, whatever. Out of the 12 years that they've been in existence, they've been under attack by some outside influence for 10 of which. Now, which leads into, kind of leads into the Stalker. The Stalker of Christy Hemme.
Oh, God.
I don't know what to think of this dude. I mean, it actually the other night, and I shared this with you on Facebook. You know, it was an homage, the backstage attack where he attacked whoever it was. I didn't even see which wrestler it was, because at this point I was pretty much tuned out. I mean, I try to watch attentively, but you know, it gets to such a point where you're just like, really? And you know, then you start tuning out. You start looking at the wall or at the ceiling, and you're like, damn, I need to paint, or you know, it's like, oh, I need to do my taxes. You know, your mind goes elsewhere, and that again, that's not the impact you want to leave on your target audience. It's not. So anyway, the Stalker mentality, I like the homage, and that's what I shared with you the other night. It was an homage to the old NWA TNA days, the back of the building attack, because you really don't see that much anymore, and I think it's good that you don't in certain respects, but it's a nuance that if it was done better than what it was, could have been dramatic in nature. But even whoever was announced, was it Jimmy Borash that was talking at the time of the attack? He delivered it so deadpan. It's like, what is this about? Rather than, oh my God, she got freaking attacked and carried off. Somebody get the cops. You know, you gotta, you know, sell it. And at this point, I don't even know if they're wanting to freaking sell it. Are they stuck or so ingrained in this kind of mode that they're not even trying to sell? I don't know. I mean, I leave it to y'all to figure out, because I can't figure it. You know, this isn't the way to rebrand. Not at all. And then, I don't know, did you already share the awkward transition from that into the commercial?
I think I mentioned it, but
okay, that's brilliant.
God, it's like, oh, never mind the kidnapped woman, and because I think he attacked Mr. Anderson for some reason.
Was it Anderson? Okay.
Yeah, he attacked him because Anderson was showing photos.
Yeah, the baby pictures. Yes.
Which I kind of get it, but who's gonna like really, you know, have the heat to watch Mr. Anderson versus the creepy stalker guy, Samuel Shaw?
Right.
You know,
I just don't like the story. It's flat. It's just it has all the dramatic appeal of Honey Boo Boo on Law and Order SUV. It just no. It's like that could be kind of interesting, but no, it really isn't going to be interesting. It's going to be a fucking train wreck, and which it has been. Sorry, I just dropped the F-bomb. But no, this whole storyline is flat in nature, and it's not appealing. I'm wondering if it's a Vince Russo product, and because it definitely has the earmarks of which, and in which case it's just not translating. They need to just scrap it and move on. And I hate to say that because anytime you leave a storyline open like that, or anytime you try to prematurely end it or connect it, from something that happened months back, and then nothing, and then all of a sudden we're right back there without, the continuity from point A to point B. It's disingenuous. And a lot of the writers, in fact, the WWE was notorious for it, still is in certain respects, is saying, oh, the fans don't remember it. That happened last week or 2 weeks ago. They won't remember it. Just do it. No, the fans do remember it. This is a story. It's like reading a story, and you put the book down for a week, and then you pick it up, and that storyline hasn't, or that story arc hasn't been completed, or developed as it should have been or could have been, and you're offering your reader or your fan base, in a shitty story. I mean, flat out, it's bad writing is ultimately what it comes down to, and it's that mentality that does kill the product. And if you want to destroy wrestling, if that was even possible, that would be the way to go about it. Just that mentality. They won't remember. Do it anyway. That dismissive attitude. And WWE has been notorious for it over the years. Still are in certain respects. I don't appreciate it. I know the IWC doesn't appreciate it. We're not that dumb. This is a mythology, and you are writing Homer. You are writing the Odyssey. You are writing, the literature that throughout the history of mankind, there are 8 common themes in writing, and you would be hard-pressed to extend outside of those 8 themes. And so you're taking those 8 themes that have been with us since the beginning of man, and you're trying to retell the story, but adapt it with these new characters, these new personalities, in a new light. And either you can do it creatively and convincingly, or you can just piss the bed. And unfortunately, the WWE has done that, still does that, like the Tyson O'Neil deal, which we talked about earlier, as well as, and TNA's doing it still, unfortunately, much to their detriment. But to that end, I think we pretty much covered as much as we can tonight. We've gone, I think, well over 3 hours. I could go all night. I'm like Ric Flair. I can go all night and stay a little bit longer. Woo! But unfortunately, I don't want to do that to you guys. I don't want to burn you all out on the first show. So, Ishmael, do you have any parting shots? Do you have anything to plug? What's going on with you?
On my end, I'm still, even though there's still a few months to go, I'm really excited for the apparently the last Mid-Atlantic Legends convention that's happening in Charlotte during like the initial few days of August.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. And aren't you going to that?
Mm-hmm. I just need to save enough money for the plane ticket. That's about it.
That is awesome. Yeah, I love that they're doing that, and also Mid-South is doing something along those same lines down in New Orleans. I saw that the other day, and I love that. For anyone that grew up watching Mid-South wrestling, that is, God, what an opportunity to go, because they're bringing in some of the old veterans of which, and that's just a beautiful thing. Anytime you give the fans access to something that they grew up on, or even their parents grew up on, that the stories were passed down from generation to generation, because that's what wrestling is. Wrestling is like baseball, because I shared this in one of the articles. Uh, Wrestling is something that's generational. It is an inheritance that we get from our parents or from our older siblings, from somebody within our sphere of life. It's passed down, because when you love the sport as much as each and every one of us do, you share these stories with those that are of the same mindset or of the same level of appreciation or affection of the sport, or a given wrestler. For me, Velvet Sky, I love you, marry me, but uh, seriously, marry me, girl. So, that kind of, I'm the stalker now. Sweet, I get my Subway commercial, my awkward transition into a Subway commercial. That'd be awesome.
It's like
I
the
would love
podcast.
to.
The podcast is gonna end on that note, and then the Subway commercial plays.
I would love it, son. We gotta get a deal lined up with Subway for that. So, where we end the podcast with me just randomly just throwing my schlong out there to some diva from the wrestling world, and then transition awkwardly into now from Subway for $5 get your foot long. So that would be brilliant. Any foot long, $5. Oh, Jesus. All right, so that's an awkward transition into the end. But, guys, we want to thank you just the same. Hopefully I didn't scare you just there. Even if I did, I'll do better next time, and we'll have no awkward me hitting on any of the divas. But join us Tuesday. Thank you for tuning in. I've had fun. Ishmael?
I've honestly had a lot of fun. This is my first podcast and everything.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Dude, this has been good times. This has been great times. Actually, Tuesday, I'm going to crack open a couple beers, and because tonight I didn't. Because I didn't want to let that, hinder, the information or even the podcast itself. But I think I could safely have a couple beers. We go a good couple hours and talking. I don't think a couple beers would be too bad. But no, I'm gonna kick back and open a couple beers on Tuesday, and we're gonna pick up where we left off. And hopefully this one where we kind of did this fly by night, just to go ahead and get it out there. We didn't have any fan participation, but I know a lot of you are going to tune in tomorrow and listen to it, the replay of which. But Tuesday we're going to be live. I don't know the time yet. I'm going to have to get with Ishmael on this and get that worked out. But I'll post to the page to let you all know. And until then, guys, man, you all have a great weekend. Enjoy the Elimination Chamber. And we'll talk to you Tuesday. So thank you all. And Ishmael, I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right, man. Good night.
Later.